Hey everyone. Um, this is a uh, just an introduction to the selected writings of Christian Rakovsky. I've been kind of on this thing where I'm trying to read a lot of the introductions to the collective works. The collected works of varying socialists. Um, and I don't really know particularly much about people that were in the left opposition in Russia other than Trotsky. I don't know much about Preobrazhensky or, in this instance, Rakovsky or other people. Uh, it's kind of it seems like there's Trotskyism, right? International Trotskyism, and there's Trotsky. Um, I know a little bit about each of those, but I don't really know very much about other people who participate in the left opposition within Russia itself. The beginning of the book has some quotes. The first quote is from G.D.H. Cole, which says, "No other socialist spans the Balkans in the same way as Rakovsky, nor is there any of comparable importance." G.D.H. Cole was a great historian of socialism and an exponent of guild socialism. The next quote is from E.H. Carr that says, "The greatest Soviet diplomat of the 20s." E.H. Carr is a famous historian of the Soviet Union. Had a lot of other things. I think he also did has commentaries on methodology and I guess international politics and international history. I'm not sure exactly the full scope of E.H. Carr's work. And the last quote's from Isaac Deutscher, who's the great biographer of Trotsky. The quote says, "A clear and penetrating mind, and perhaps also a greater capacity for philosophical detachment than Trotsky. ... Rakovsky's views transcended in their largeness the opposition's immediate aims and tactics." So, the editor of this piece is someone named Gus Fagan. And this collection was released in 1980. Yeah, I'm just gonna start reading the introduction now. The first section of the introduction is titled "Socialist Leader in the Balkans," and it starts with that G.D.H. Cole quote that I just said, but I'll read it again. Quote, "No other socialist spans the Balkans in the same way as Rakovsky, nor is there any of comparable importance," end quote. The history of the socialist movement in the Balkans during the 2 decades before the First World War is dominated by the name of Christian Rakovsky. The latter head of Soviet Ukraine and the later head of Soviet Ukraine and the leader of the left opposition in the Soviet Union after 1928 was one of Trotsky's few intimate friends. Although they were previously acquainted, the friendship between Rakovsky and Trotsky began in 1913 when Trotsky was on tour of the Balkans as war correspondent for the Kievskaya Mizl. Don't know if I'm saying that right. Trotsky wrote of Rakovsky, quote, "Rakovsky is internationally one of the best-known figures in the European socialist movement. A Bulgarian by birth, Rakovsky comes from the town of Kotel, in the very heart of Bulgaria, but Rakovsky is a Romanian subject by dint of the Balkan map, a French physician by education, a Russian by connection, by sympathies, and by literary work. Rakovsky speaks all the Balkan and 4 European languages. Rakovsky has at various times played an active part in the inner workings of 4 socialist parties, the Bulgarian, the Russian, French, and Romanian. To become eventually one of the leaders of the Soviet Federation, a founder of the Communist International, president of the Ukrainian Soviet of People's Commissars, and the diplomatic Soviet representative in England and France, only to share finally in the fate of all the quote left end quote opposition. Rakovsky's personal traits, his broad international outlook, his profound nobility of character have made him particularly odious to Stalin, who personifies the exact opposite of these qualities. This is still Trotsky speaking. In 1913, Rakovsky was an organizer and leader of the Romanian Socialist Party, which later joined the Communist International. The party was showing considerable growth. Rakovsky edited a daily paper which he financed as well. On the coast of the Black Sea, not far from Mangalia, he owned a small estate which he had inherited, and with the income from it he supported the Romanian Socialist Party and several revolutionary groups and individuals in other countries. Every week Rakovsky spent 3 days in Bucharest, writing articles, directing the sessions of the Central Committee, and speaking at meetings and street demonstrations. Then Rakovsky would dash over to the Black Sea coast by train, carrying with him his estate binder twine, nails, and other opportunities of country life. He would drive out into the fields, watching the work of a new plow running behind it from the furrow in his frock coat. Then a day later he would be speeding back to town so as not to be late for a public meeting or for some private session. I accompanied Rakovsky on one of his trips and could not but admire his superabundant energy, his tirelessness, his constant spiritual alertness, and his kindness to and concern for unimportant people. Within 15 minutes in a street in Mangalia, Rakovsky would switch from Romanian to Turkish, from Turkish to Bulgarian, and then to German and French when he was talking to colonists or commercial agents, and then finally he would speak Russian to the Russian Skoptsi, who were numerous in the adjoining district. I don't know what that means. Skoptsi. The Skoptsi were a sect within the larger spiritual Christianity movement in the Russian Empire, best known for practicing emasculation of men and the mastectomy, as well as the vulvectomy of women in accordance with their teachings against sexual lust. The term is a descriptive one used by the official Russian Orthodox Church. The movement emerged in the late 18th century. It reached the peak of its popularity in the early 20th century with up to 1 million members, in spite of persecution by the imperial government. Despite severe repression under the Soviet Union, small groups persevered into the 21st century. The Skoptsi. Back to the text. Rakovsky would carry on, and this is still Trotsky, Rakovsky would carry on conversations as a landlord, a doctor, as a Bulgarian, as a Romanian subject, and chiefly as a socialist. In these aspects, Rakovsky passed before my eyes as a little miracle in the streets of this remote, leisurely, and carefree little maritime town. And the same night he would again be dashing to the field of battle by train. Rakovsky was always at ease and self-confident, whether he was in Bucharest or Sofia, in Paris, St. Petersburg, or Kharkov. Okay. So, end quote, Trotsky. Krastyu Georgievich Rakovsky was born on the 1st of August 1873 in Gradets, near Kotel, a small village in the mountains of central Bulgaria. Rakovsky's family was prosperous, his father engaging in trade and agriculture, and he left at his death a considerable amount of money which allowed his son Christian to live without material need, to travel, to study in Europe, and give financial assistance to his many socialist friends and to socialist publications, whether Bulgarian, Romanian, or Russian. Through Rakovsky's mother, he inherited quite a different and revolutionary tradition. His uncle, the poet, revolutionary, and theorist of the national liberation movement, Sava Rakovsky, dominated the culture and political life of Bulgaria between 1840 and 1867. It says here that Georgy Sava Rakovsky, which I don't know if it's the same person, who lived from 1821 to 1867, was a 19th century Bulgarian revolutionary, Freemason writer, and an important figure in the Bulgarian national revival and resistance against Ottoman rule. It was Sava Rakovsky who transformed the spontaneous peasant uprisings into an organized national liberation struggle. Militarily, Rakovsky's greatest achievement was the creation of the Cheti, strictly disciplined armed detachments organized outside the country with a view to intervening at the decisive moment to guide and lead the revolution against Turkish domination. The fundamental idea of Sava Rakovsky, a union of Balkan states to struggle for their independence and for Russian intervention to further the liberation struggle, was later taken up by his nephew Christian in the different circumstances of 1918. Rakovsky received his initial education at Kotel at the age of 14 in a period when, as Rakovsky says in his autobiography, the first piece in this volume, quote, even the youngest students were passionately interested in politics, end quote. Rakovsky was excluded from all Bulgarian schools after organizing a school riot, which it took a company of soldiers to suppress. After a year in his father's house, quote, reading indiscriminately everything that came to hand, end quote, he was readmitted to school only to be expelled again after a year, this time for good. The occasion this time was his collaboration with his friend and mentor, E. Dabev, one of the veterans of the Bulgarian revolutionary movement. Dabev, who lived from 1864 to 1946, edited the first Marxist weekly in Bulgaria. Sorry, I was looking to see if there's anything for... No. E. Dabev published in the Marxist Weekly Marx's Wage, Labor, and Capital. In 1890, already a Marxist, Rakovsky aided E. Dabev in preparing the publication of Engels' Development of Scientific Socialism, in particular in adapting Ferenc Szasulich's Introduction to Bulgarian Conditions. In this final year in school, Rakovsky also produced with a friend a clandestine newspaper called Zerkalo, quote, mirror, end quote, which his autobiography describes as having, quote, something of everything, Rousseau's educational ideas, the struggle between rich and poor, the misdeeds of teachers, etc. Rakovsky was now 17 years old. That same year, Rakovsky left Bulgaria to study medicine in Geneva. In Geneva, Rakovsky took part in the very active political life of the émigré circles. Émigré students from Russia, Turkey, Bulgaria, etc. dominated the political life of university centers such as the one in Geneva. In the socialist student circle at the University of Geneva, there were at that time only 3 Swiss students, the majority coming from Russia, Armenia, and Bulgaria. There were 150 Bulgarian students, of which about 35 were organized in the Bulgarian Social Democratic Student Society. Rakovsky became part of this society and one of its leading personalities. Another leading personality was Rakovsky's friend, Sava Kraganovich, Balabanov, with whom he had produced Zerkalo in Bulgaria. Balabanov had been expelled from school at the same time. In Geneva, Rakovsky became friends with Axelrod, Plekhanov, and Vera Sasulich. When did Vera Sasulich die? Curious. She died in 1919. Vera Sasulich is a Russian socialist activist, Menshevik writer, and revolutionary. She's widely known for her correspondence with the late Marx, in which she put in question the necessity of capitalist industrialization prior to socialism, in the context of the fact that already were living farmer communities in Russia that had developed practices and cultures that had a communist component. Okay, so she died in 1919. Just curious. Axelrod, is it Pavel Axelrod? I believe so. I think he's like a legal Marxist. Yeah, it's Pavel Axelrod. Pavel Axelrod lived from 1850 to 1928 and was an early Russian Marxist revolutionary, along with Georgy Plekhanov, Vera Sasulich, and Leo Deutsch. Pavel Axelrod was one of the members of the first organization of Russian Marxists, the Emancipation of Labor. After the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Party, he was part of the Menshevik faction, which he was identified with until his death. Sasulich told Trotsky in 1903 about, quote, the very high regard they all had for the young Rakovsky, end quote. Rakovsky also became friends with Rosa Luxemburg, with whom for a short time he directed Marxist self-education circles. The first International Congress of Socialist Students was held in Brussels in the winter of 1891-2. Unable to attend, Rakovsky corresponded with the organizers and was asked to organize the Second International Congress to be held in Geneva in the autumn of 1893. 24 organizations sent delegates representing 9 countries. In a letter to the Congress dated London, 19th of December, 1893, Engels spoke of the need, quote, to develop among students the consciousness that from their ranks must come the proletarian intellectuals who, along and with the manual workers, will play a considerable role in the revolution which is approaching, end quote. The main task accepted by the Congress was to create the basis for a union of all the different forces among the socialist students. It emphasized the need for unity between the students and the working class in the fight against capitalism. One of the subjects discussed was the social problem of crime, a problem which greatly interested Rakovsky and about which 4 years later he was to write his doctoral thesis. Plekhanov and Jaurès both wrote letters to the Congress, and it was considered an important event in the socialist movement in Europe. In Geneva in 1892, Rakovsky began to edit and publish the Bulgarian journal Social Democrat, which, not only in its title but also in its contents, resembled the Russian journal. Jointly with his companion Sava Balabanov, and with active collaboration of Plekhanov, Rakovsky continued the journal for 2 years. Social Democrat grouped around itself in Bulgaria the supporters of the Bulgarian Social Democratic Union. This group opposed itself to the Bulgarian Social Democratic Party, founded in 1891 by Dimitar Blagoev, who led the left wing of the movement, and later, in 1919, the Bulgarian Communist Party. Wikipedia says Dimitar Blagoev lived from 1856 to 1924 and was a Bulgarian political leader and philosopher. Dimitar Blagoev was the founder of the Bulgarian left-wing political movement and of the first social democratic party in the Balkans, the Marxist Bulgarian Social Democratic Party. Blagoev was also an important figure in the early history of Russian Marxism and later founded and led the Bulgarian Communist Party. Dimitar Blagoev was a prominent proponent of ideas for the establishment of a Balkan Federation. Dimitar Blagoev is usually regarded and self-identified as a Bulgarian and occasionally as a Macedonian Slav. Back to the text. Rakovsky worked with the Union, believing that the time was not ripe for the founding of a party in Bulgaria. Bulgaria was too weak and the proletariat too small to withstand the repression that Rakovsky foresaw. Rakovsky's writings were well known in Bulgaria at this time. Rakovsky became in practice the permanent correspondent of socialist publications inside Bulgaria for the Marxist review Den, for the fortnightly Rabotnik, and for another journal called Drugar. Sometimes as much as half of the entire contents of these publications would be composed by articles by Rakovsky. Rakovsky also translated into Bulgarian a book by Gabriel Deville entitled The Evolution of Capital, and he prefaced it with a long introduction in which he analyzed the social and economic conditions of Bulgaria. Gabriel Deville, who lived from 1854 to 1940, was a French socialist theoretician, politician, and diplomat. Gabriel Deville was a follower of the Guedist movement, after Jules Gued, in the 1880s, and did much to raise awareness of Karl Marx's theories of the weaknesses of capitalism through his books and articles. Later, without abandoning his beliefs, Gabriel Deville became more pragmatic and was twice a deputy in the National Assembly. After leaving office, he accepted various diplomatic positions. Back to the text. The manuscripts of Social Democrat, which Rakovsky edited with Balabanov, were also distributed in Bulgaria. The repression initiated in 1893 by the dictator Stambolov decimated the socialist movement in Bulgaria, and the propaganda work being carried out by Rakovsky from Geneva played an essential part during this period in keeping the Bulgarian movement alive. It says here that Stefan Stambolov, who lived from 1854 to 1895, was a Bulgarian politician, journalist, revolutionary, and poet who served as prime minister and regent. He is considered one of the most important popular founders of modern Bulgaria and is sometimes referred to as the Bulgarian Bismarck. In 1875 and 1876, he took part in the preparation for the Stara Zagora uprising as well as the April uprising. Stambolov was, after Stanko Todorov, Boyko Borisov, and Todor Zhikov, one of the country's longest-serving prime ministers. Criticized for his dictatorial methods, he was among the initiators of economic and cultural progress in Bulgaria during the time of the Balkan Wars. He was killed at the center of Sofia by a plot from the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization (IMRO), including Naum Tewfekchiev, for his support to the Ottoman Empire, his dictatorial methods, and his repression of the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. Back to the text. The same year, at the age of 20, he was the Bulgarian delegate to the Socialist International Congress in Zurich, where he met Engels, with whom he later corresponded regularly, and Jules Gued. The last 6 months of 1893 he spent in Berlin, where he met Wilhelm Liebknecht and became Balkan correspondent for Vorwärts, or Vorwärts. In a letter dated the 25th of March 1928 to Trotsky, Rakovsky describes how he used to visit Liebknecht regularly every 2 weeks. Through his friendship with Liebknecht, he was introduced to the leading circles of the German social democracy. He corresponded regularly with Liebknecht until the latter's death in 1990. This is Karl Liebknecht's father. Right? I believe it's his father, right? He also involved himself, Rakovsky also involved himself actively in the Russian Social Democratic Circle in Berlin, and it was in the intense and lively debates among the Russian Social Democratic emigres that Rakovsky acquired a more profound understanding of the different strands and interpretations of Marxism. Rakovsky's connections with the Russian Marxists led to his expulsion from Berlin and brought him to France. In France, Rakovsky was greatly influenced by the socialist Jules Gued, whom he had already met in Zurich. In 1915, he has to refer to himself in a letter to Charles Dumas as a one-time Guediste. He was not to break with Gued until 1914 on the question of social patriotism. As a Guediste, Rakovsky opposed the reformism of Jaurès. Although, on another level, he was fascinated by and attracted to the great French socialist. 30 years afterwards, he told Trotsky how greatly he had been drawn to Jaurès through the latter's ideas on art and socialism. A certain humanism and a high concept of morality united both men. Trotsky, in My Life, described Jaurès as one of the, quote, twin peaks of the Second International, end quote, alongside Babel. Quote, Jaurès's mind, which was a composite of national traditions, of the metaphysics of moral principles, of love for the oppressed, and of poetic imagination, showed the marks of the aristocrat as clearly as Babel's revealed the great simplicity of the plebeian, end quote. The ideas and ideals of Jaurès, the conception of socialism which would, quote, lead all men of whatever origin to the life of art, the life of beauty, end quote, was to have a lifelong fascination for Rakovsky. Rakovsky was now studying in the medical faculty at Montpellier. He finished his medical studies in 1897 with a doctoral thesis entitled The Cause of Crime and Degeneration, a Marxist analysis of the social and economic origins of crime in capitalist society. At the Socialist International Congress held in London in the summer of 1896, Rakovsky was once again the Bulgarian delegate and delivered an address on the importance of the national question in the East. According to Rakovsky's autobiography, it was his view that, quote, the ignorance and lack of understanding of the Eastern question was one of the big weaknesses of the international socialist movement, end quote. Part of the address was published in Kautsky's Die Neue Zeit in the spring of the following year. In 1897, Rakovsky returned to the Balkans. The next few years until he settled in Romania in 1904 were years of uncertainty for Rakovsky and a great deal of moving about from one country to another. As described by Trotsky, quote, the geographical orbit of Rakovsky in the course of those years presents a very complicated line. To trace it on a map would be possible only with the aid of secret archives of the police in the majority of European countries. The thirst to know, to see, and to be active guided him irresistibly during these years, end quote. Trotsky. In his last year at Montpellier, Rakovsky had married a Russian woman, E.P. Ryabova, who also studied in the medical factory there. Immediately his studies ended, he was called up to do military service in Romania and was unable to accompany his wife to St. Petersburg. Until 1900, Rakovsky served as a military doctor in the 9th Cavalry Regiment stationed in Constanza. During this period, despite his military duties, Rakovsky wrote 2 pamphlets on the political significance of the Dreyfus case and Science and Miracles. These are no longer to be found. Published in Bulgaria in a limited edition, they were destroyed by the Stalinists when they came to power there at the end of the Second World War. 2 more serious works followed. Russia na Istok, Russia in the East, published in Varna in 1898, was Rakovsky's first attempt to tackle the question of international affairs and diplomacy, and it was one of the first histories of Russian foreign affairs from a Marxist viewpoint. Engels' Foreign Policy of the Russian State had been published in London in 1890. The work, referring to Rakovsky's work, Russia in the East, had a large influence because, as he says in his autobiography, it, quote, provided ammunition not only for the Bulgarian Socialist Party against Russian Tsarism, but also for all the so-called Russophobe tendencies in the Balkans, end quote. This was his first lengthy political work. One of the chapters contained a severe attack on Russia's seizure of Bessarabia in 1878, an issue which was very much to occupy Rakovsky both politically and militarily as head of the Ukrainian government after 1918. The second major work was Contemporary France, a history of the Third Republic, published in St. Petersburg in 1900, a book which demonstrated his deep knowledge of French political and cultural and social life. Let's see here. Rakovsky's military service ended. He spent 2 weeks in Russia. His wife's apartment in St. Petersburg was the scene of regular gatherings of such personalities as Mikhailovsky, Karpov, and Tugan-Baranovsky. Mikhailovsky was a Russian literary critic, sociologist, and writer on public affairs, one of the theoreticians of the Narodniki movement. He lived from 1842 to 1904. Let's see who Karpov is. Do you know who Karpov is? I don't know who. When I type in Karpov, it just takes me to. I don't know if this is the right person, but it's Lev Karpov, who was a Russian chemist, Bolshevik revolutionary, and one of the main organizers of the chemistry industry in Soviet Russia. Lev Karpov was a member of the League of Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class and later joined the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party in 1898. His last name, Tugan-Baranovsky, he's like the legal, he's definitely like one of the legal Marxist people. Right? Yeah, Mikhail Tugan-Baranovsky, who lived from 1865 to 1919, was a Ukrainian economist, politician, statesman. Mikhail Tugan-Baranovsky is remembered as one of the founders of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine and one of the earliest Ukrainian ministers of finance in the Vynnychenko's General Secretariat of the Central Council of Ukraine. In professional circles, Mikhail Tugan-Baranovsky is remembered as a leading exponent of legal Marxism in the Tsarist Russian Empire and was the author of numerous works dealing with the theory of value, the distribution of social revenue, history of managerial development, and fundamentals of cooperative managerial activities. Rakovsky published articles in Naše Slovo, quote, our word, end quote, the journal of Struva and the Legal Marxist. His socialist articles were published under the pseudonym H. Inzarov. Rakovsky also wrote some children's stories and helped in the distribution of Iskra. Lenin's What is to be Done appeared at this time, and on the main issues raised in this book concern the nature and role of the Revolutionary Party. Rakovsky took the side of his old friend and collaborator, Plekhanov, against Lenin. But personal tragedy, the death of his wife in 1903, plus the severe repression of the socialist movement in Russia at the time, led Rakovsky in 1903 to return to France. Rakovsky settled in Paris to study law and worked as a general practitioner. Rakovsky became a regular contributor to Le Mouvement Socialiste and La Revue Socialiste, organs of the SFIO, which is the French section of the Workers' International. Something like Section Français, something ouvrier, something like that. I don't know. Rakovsky applied for naturalization, but Rakovsky's application was turned down by the French government. Rakovsky's father died in 1904, leaving him an estate in Dobrudza Valley valued at £8,000, and Rakovsky returned home. After a speaking tour through Bulgaria, Rakovsky settled near Constanza, practiced medicine and law, and assumed the leadership of the Romanian socialist movement. The original journal of the Romanian socialist movement had been Romania Muncitoare, Workers Romania. It had died out by Rakovsky. So it had died out, but Rakovsky revived it and published it weekly. Rakovsky also founded a political organization under the same name. The new Romania Muncitoare made its first appearance on the 5th of March 1905 at the time of the Russian Revolution, an event which had far-reaching effects in Romania. Inspired by the Russian example, a massive strike movement began in Romania. According to Rakovsky in his autobiography, quote, even the police asked us for help in organizing their strike, end quote. The government sought to undermine the strike movement by attacking Rakovsky. They tried to discredit Rakovsky by accusing him of being a Bulgarian. Rakovsky replied in Romania Muncitoare of 10th of April 1905 that he recognized, quote, no country but the common country of the international proletariat, end quote. Accused of lack of patriotism, Rakovsky replied in the issue of the 22nd of May 1905 that if patriotism meant, quote, race prejudice, international and civil war, political tyranny and plutocratic domination, end quote, he was indeed no patriot. Another important event of the year 1905 was that which brought Rakovsky into contact with the sailors' revolt on board the battleship Potemkin. In the month of June, the sailors of the Potemkin mutinied not far from the port of Odessa, where a general strike had just been declared. After 11 days of resisting orders from the rest of the fleet, the Potemkin sought refuge in the Romanian port of Constanza, where they demanded from the authorities the status of political exiles. Within a few days, Rakovsky had succeeded in boarding the battleship, where he ascertained that the morale of the sailors was very low. Out of the crew of 730, the fight was effectively carried on only by a small group of about 50. Rakovsky's first task, as he says in his autobiography, was, quote, the modest goal of politically educating the Potemkin crew, end quote. A few days after the arrival of the battleship, Rakovsky received a telegram from Iskra in Geneva, which informed Rakovsky of the state of revolution in the Caucasus, where a docker strike had broken out in the port of Batumi. Rakovsky tried to persuade the sailors to go to Batumi and link up with the revolt on shore, but demoralization prevailed and Rakovsky did not succeed. In order to prevent the Romanian authorities from handing over the sailors to the Russian government, Rakovsky began a big press campaign in support of the sailors and established, quote, aid committees, end quote, in Constanza and Bucharest. Some of the sailors were employed by an American navigation company. Others found jobs as agricultural workers in Romania. One stayed at the house of Rakovsky and became his driver. Those who returned to Russia were arrested and condemned. The majority, around 700, were not able to return to Russia until February 1917. At the Socialist International Congress in Stuttgart in 1906, Rakovsky was formally thanked by the Russian delegation for, quote, services rendered to the Russian Revolution and the proletariat in the struggle against Tsarism, end quote. Among the signatories we find Martov, Plekhanov, and Trotsky. Trotsky wrote to Naše Slovo, Paris, 25th of April 1915, about Rakovsky's role in 1905. Quote, at the time of the revolution, bracket, of 1905, end bracket, Rakovsky devoted all his efforts to the building of the movement. Rakovsky gave assistance to the emigrants, carried out a campaign for the Potemkin sailors when they disembarked in Romania, and continued to collaborate regularly with a whole series of Russian social democratic publications, giving finance to Golos Statsial Demokrata, Pravda, and the Legal Workers' Press. When the Romanian Peasant Rebellion broke out in 1907, supported by the labor movement in the cities, Rakovsky appealed to the soldiers to shoot into the air and not at the peasants or workers. The 1907 Romanian Peasants' Revolt was a peasant revolt that took place in Romania between the 21st of February and the 5th of April 1907. The 1907 Peasant Revolt started in northern Moldavia, and after 3 weeks in which it was localized in that area, it quickly spread, reaching Wallachia, including as far as Oltenia. The main cause was the discontent of the peasants over the inequity of land ownership, which was mostly in the hands of just a few large landowners. Following the fall of the Conservative Party government on March 12th, the new Liberal government crushed the revolt violently with the help of the Romanian army, killing thousands of peasants in the process. Back to the text. The peasant rebellion he recorded in his autobiography was directed first against Jewish tenants in northern Moldavia and was prompted at first by the anti-Semitic outbursts of Romanian liberals and nationalists. After plundering the Jewish homesteads, however, the peasants turned on the Romanian tenants and then the landlords. The position became critical. The whole country, that is, all the villages, were engulfed in the flames of the rising. The government massacred peasants and demolished villages with artillery. As the leading ideologue of the Liberal government wrote later, the government realized that the main danger was to be found, quote, not only in the rapidity with which the revolt spread, but in the effervescence which was being generated in the cities, especially in the capital, end quote. Consequently, the government instituted draconian measures against the labor movement, confiscation of the socialist press, the banning of trade unions and all labor organizations, the arrest of militants, and deportation. Apart from his interventions in the struggle itself, Rakovsky's involvement had a twofold significance at the level of theory and in relation to the European labor movement in the West. Theoretically, in all his articles in Romania, Munciatuar, and in the European socialist press, especially La Humanité, for which he was Balkan correspondent, he emphasized the importance of the peasant revolt in the way it contradicted the traditional schemas of social democracy, according to which the peasants were, quote, conservative, end quote, and, quote, reactionary, end quote, and the revolution would go from city to countryside. In Romania, the revolt went from countryside to the cities, and the peasantry demonstrated its real revolutionary potential. One of the main practical tasks which Rakovsky set for the Romanian socialists was the building of solidarity with the peasantry in European public opinion by means of the European socialist press and organizations. The press campaign, which reached all the main centers of Europe, was also important as a means of educating the European socialist movement on the importance of the peasant question in revolutionary strategy, especially in Eastern Europe. Articles appeared in Arbeiter Zeitung in Vienna, Vorwärts, and Die Neue Zeit in Berlin, Avanti in Rome, El Socialista in Madrid, Neps Zava in Budapest, and Le Peuple in Le Peuple, the people, I don't know how to say it, in Brussels. In Le Thème Nouveau, Rakovsky published a long study on the implications of the rebellion for socialist strategy in Eastern Europe. Rakovsky accused the Romanian authorities of atrocities in putting down the peasant rebellion. The Romanian government replied by blaming the revolt on Rakovsky and other foreign revolutionaries and ordered his expulsion from the country as an undesirable alien. The order reached Rakovsky when he was attending the Stuttgart Congress of the International. Quote, for the next 5 years, end quote, he says in his autobiography, quote, the struggle of the Romanian workers raged around the question of my return, end quote. There were street battles in Romania when the news of his expulsion order became known. In one street clash between police and workers, 10 were wounded on both sides. For the next 4 years, Rakovsky was mostly in exile, although Rakovsky continued to play a central role in Romanian politics. Rakovsky maintained his regular contributions to Romania Muncituar and made repeated attempts to re-enter the country. In January 1909, he published in Paris a pamphlet entitled Les Persécutions Politiques en Roumanie. Or Romanier, I don't know. In the same year, it was published also La Roumanie des Boyards. Both publications were for the information of the European socialist movement. Rakovsky also wrote a book in Romanian, From the Kingdom of Arbitrariness and Cowardness, which is mentioned in the autobiography but is not to be found in any East European library. From this period dates also a piece of historical research, Metternich and His Age. Rakovsky returned to Romania, was jailed and released through the intervention of the French government, prompted by Jaurès. That same year, the conservative Karp government permitted Rakovsky to appeal the expulsion order, provided that, as a formality, he go abroad and return, quote, legally, end quote. Rakovsky went to Bulgaria, where he immediately began publication of a newspaper, Napred, quote, forwards, end quote. In the spring of 1912, Rakovsky returned to Romania, and in the autumn of the same year, the First Balkan War broke out. Rakovsky campaigned vigorously against the Balkan Wars and against the Romanian acquisition of Bulgarian territory. Rakovsky's anti-war agitation proved futile. By now, the omens of world conflict would be read by all, and a year later came the tragedy of World War. Regroupment of the socialist movement from Simmerrevolt to the Comintern. The outbreak of the First World War had a shattering and disorienting effect on the entire European socialist movement. Rakovsky recounted to the delegates at Simmerwald how the Romanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs had shown such concern for him that as soon as the ministry received a telegram saying that on the 4th of August 1914 the German Social Democrats had voted for war credits, the telegram was immediately forwarded to him. Confronted with this news, Rakovsky tried to find some justification for the behavior of the German and French socialists in supporting their respective national war efforts. But the arrival from Paris of Golos, quote, Voice, end quote, and its sequel, Naše Slovo, played a key role in orienting Rakovsky and the entire Romanian socialist movement on the question posed by the socialist betrayal of August 1914. Golos was edited by Martov in Paris. Golos opposed the war and any form of socialist support for the war. Golos's internationalism won the support of Lenin, who said at the time that Golos was the, quote, best socialist newspaper in Europe, end quote. Golos was replaced by Naše Slovo in January 1915. Naše Slovo was edited by Martov and Trotsky, but was in fact dominated by Trotsky and identified with Trotsky. Some of the others who worked for Naše Slovo in Paris were Ryazanov, Lunacharsky, Lazovsky, and Angelika Balabanov. Its foreign correspondents were Chicherin in London, Kollontai in Sweden, and Rakovsky in the Balkans. Naše Slovo was, quote, a modest sheet of 2, rarely 4 pages, abundantly strewn with white spaces marking the censor's deletions, and yet packed with news and comment. The paper was constantly in danger of being killed by the censor and by its own poverty. ... The members of the editorial team were at one in their opposition to social patriotism, but apart from this they represented various shades of opinion. Next to Lenin's Social Democrat, Trotsky's paper was, at this juncture, the most important laboratory of the revolution, end quote. I'm not sure who that quote is from. Rakovsky played a key role in Naše Slovo, not just as contributor but as financial backer. Rakovsky played a key role in Naše Slovo, not just as a contributor but as financial backer. According to the records of the Paris prefect of police, when Trotsky arrived in Paris in January, he brought with him, quote, not just the sources of his own talent, of his journalistic and revolutionary activity, but also the financial resources of his friend Rakovsky, the well-known Romanian socialist, end quote. In an article on the 17th of April 1915 in Naše Slovo, Trotsky publicly thanked Rakovsky for his financial assistance, and in another article on the 25th of April referred to Rakovsky as, quote, the best friend of Golos and Naše Slovo, end quote. Trotsky. At Simmerwald, Rakovsky pointed out that, quote, Naše Slovo had played an important part in setting forth the development of the international position of the Balkan Social Democratic parties, end quote. In 1914, Rakovsky was already an internationally respected anti-militarist. Immediately on the outbreak of war, he changed the name of his paper to Jos Rez Boiul, quote, down with the war, end quote. Rakovsky's own internationalism, deeply rooted in his convictions and his own experience and his long-standing opposition to war in the Balkans, made it inevitable that Rakovsky would play a major role in the new internationalist anti-war movement that developed after the disaster of August 1914. In the spring of 1915, Rakovsky defended the position put forward by Trotsky and expressed in the slogan, quote, peace without indemnities or annexations, peace without conquerors or conquered, end quote. Lenin, however, had gone beyond such considerations in a qualitative and significant way. For Lenin, The task was to turn the inter-imperialist war into a civil war against the bourgeoisie. Writing to Kollontai on the 4th of August 1915, Lenin denounced in strong terms the position taken by Rakovsky and Trotsky. Quote, Roland Holst, as well as Rakovsky, have you seen his French pamphlet? And Trotsky, too, are in my opinion all most harmful Kautskyists, inasmuch as they all, in one way or another, are in favor of unity with the opportunists. In one way or another they embellish opportunism. They all, each in his own way, advance eclecticism instead of revolutionary Marxism. End quote. The charge of accommodation to opportunism would certainly have been rejected by Rakovsky. In the already mentioned letter to Dumas, Rakovsky singled out opportunism in the socialist movement as the key cause of the betrayal and disintegration of the Second International. Quote, This moral disaster of our party is not the result of a passing error, of a simple parliamentary incident. Its cause is a profound alteration in the socialist consciousness of Europe, poisoned by revisionism and socialist opportunism. End quote. Rakovsky opposed the war and voting for war credits. Rakovsky opposed from the beginning any form of governmental collaboration with the bourgeoisie. Rakovsky opposed social patriotism from a principled internationalist standpoint, but saw in the majority position of the International the end result of opportunism and an inherent ambiguity in the traditional socialist position on war and national defense. He did not call for a decisive split with the majority of the founding of a new international, as did Lenin. Contrary to popular belief, the Simmerwald Conference, which met in September 1915, was not the first organized internationalist regroupment in the Second International, but was preceded in July of that year by the Conference of Bucharest, organized by Rakovsky. Sorry, one second, I want to look that up. Which brought together on an internationalist platform the social democratic parties of the Balkans. I can't see anything on this Bucharest conference. It is described by him with characteristic modesty in his autobiography. In the summer of 1915, quote, a conference had met in Bucharest of all the Balkan socialist parties with a platform based explicitly on internationalist and class principles, ... A, quote, revolutionary Balkan Social Democratic Labor Federation, end quote, was formed, comprising the Romanian, Bulgarian, Serbian, and Greek parties. A central bureau was elected, and I, Christian Rakovsky, became its secretary. It doesn't say that, I'm adding the Rakovsky part. Thus, even before the Simmerwald Conference, the Balkan parties had indicated their implacable hostility to imperialism, end quote. In Serbia, the Social Democratic Party had 2 members in parliament who, unlike their German and French comrades, have refused to vote for war credits in 1914. In an article, quote, Internationalism and the War, end quote, written in 1917, Rakovsky once again paid tribute to, quote, the small but heroic Serbian Social Democratic Party whose 2 members in parliament have courageously defended the internationalist viewpoint by voting against the war credits, end quote. Rakovsky. In Rakovsky's letter to Dumas in April 1915, Rakovsky criticized the fact that the socialists of different countries had failed to regroup themselves to fight the war. Quote, the socialist and international conscience has shown itself. in certain respects, to be weaker than the Catholic conscience. The Catholic cardinals from Germany, France, Austria, and England have been able to meet at Rome to elect a new pope. Our International Socialist Bureau has not been able to meet one single time since the beginning of the war." End quote. Rakovsky. The betrayal of August 1914 and the organizational disintegration of the International after the outbreak of the war posed immediate political and organizational problems for the internationalist or left wing of social democracy. Although they constituted significant minorities in most parties and had the majority in the Russian Party, their ability to carry out any effective political action was hampered by the absence of organizational structure, coordination, or political clarification. On the 6th of February 1915, Nasha Slovo, Trotsky's paper in Paris, sent a letter to the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Bolshevik, and the organizing committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Menshevik, proposing a joint demonstration of internationalism at the Inter-Allied Socialist Conference to be held in London. Nothing came of this, however, although the Bolshevik Central Committee wrote to Nasha Slovo again in March agreeing that, quote, "unification of all real social democratic internationalists is one of the most urgent matters to be considered at the present moment." End quote. The strategy of Nasha Slovo, as explained in a letter sent to the Bolshevik Central Committee on the 25th of March 1915, was to facilitate the process of regroupment by beginning, quote, "with the Russian groups, believing that in the case of success of that first attempt, the widening of agreement among the national groupings would then present no difficulties." End quote. Social Democrats in Switzerland also attempted to call a conference in Zurich for the end of May to discuss, quote, "socialist activity in neutral countries for peace." End quote. This conference also failed to take place. Rakovsky, who organized the first socialist regroupment in the Balkans in the summer of 1915, also played a key role in initiating the Simmerwald Conference, although this only hinted at in his autobiography. Quote, "In April 1915, I was invited by the Italian Socialist Party to an international anti-war meeting in Milan. On my way home, I broke my journey in Switzerland to meet Lenin and the Swiss Workers' Party. Before this, I had been in contact with Trotsky, who had been editing Nasha Slovo in Paris, and for which I also wrote. These discussions and meetings ended in the summoning of the Simmerwald Conference." End quote. In April-May 1915, the executive of the Italian Socialist Party decided to call for an international conference to which would be invited all parties and workers' organizations which were ready to come out against civic peace, Bergfrieden, and to stand for united action of socialists in various countries against the war on the basis of proletarian class struggle. The Swiss Social Democrats supported this call of the Italian Party. In March, before the call came from the Italian Party, a meeting of the Swiss Social Democracy had singled out Romania and Italy as the two countries which were promoting such an international conference. Already in September 1914, the Italian Party had proposed that the International Socialist Bureau call a meeting, but the suggestion was received coldly by the British and the French. It would appear that it was the initiative of Rakovsky in contacting the Swiss and Italian parties in early 1915, which decided those parties to renew the attempt. On the 29th of March, the Comité Directeur of the Swiss Party wrote to the International Socialist Bureau, quote, "Because of a letter from Comrade Rakovsky and a copy of a letter written by the Bulgarian Social Democratic Party, we feel ourselves constrained once more to take up this question, bracket, the International Conference of Socialists Against the War, end bracket. Comrade Rakovsky expresses in his letter his agreement with our decisions and suggestions. Comrade Rakovsky approves the calling of an international conference and proposes that this conference should take place in Switzerland, end quote. Comité Directeur of the Swiss Party. The Italian party then sent one of their deputies, Morgari, to discuss this proposal with the French and English parties. Morgari was coolly received. It says here that Odino Morgari lived from 1865 to 1944 and was an Italian socialist journalist and politician. Morgari was a member of the Chamber of Deputies from 1897 to 1929 for 8 legislatures. Back to the text. Trotsky in My Life gives a vivid description of Morgari's reception in Paris. Quote, on the terrace of a cafe on one of the grand boulevards, we held a meeting attended by a few socialist deputies who for some reason thought themselves, quote, lefts, end quote, and Morgari. As long as the conversation held to pacifist talk and to repeating generalities about the necessity of restoring international connections, everything went smoothly. But when Morgari spoke in a tragic whisper of the necessity of getting false passports for the trip to Switzerland, Morgari was obviously fascinated by the, quote, carbonari, end quote, aspect of the affair. The deputies made long faces, and one of the deputies, I don't remember which, hurriedly called for the waiter and paid for all the coffee we had had. The ghost of Molière stalked across the terrace, and I think the ghost of Rabelais, too. That was the end of the meeting. As we walked back with Martov, we laughed a lot gaily, but not without a certain anger, end quote. After discussion with the Italians, that quote was from Trotsky in My Life. After discussion with the Italians in April, Rakovsky went to Paris, where he spent the greater part of May in discussions with Trotsky about the conditions under which such a conference could be held. Having reached agreement with Trotsky, he then went to Switzerland to discuss with Lenin and the Swiss party. He then returned to the Balkans, where the Bucharest Conference was held in July. The conference finally met in September in the small Swiss village of Simmerwald, high in the mountains and about 10 kilometers from Berne. Delegates came from 11 countries, 10 came from Germany, among whom were Ledebour and Ernst Mayr. Sorry, I just want to look up this name. It just says Georg Ledebour, who lived from 1850 to 1947 and was a German socialist politician and journalist. And it says Ernst Mayr, who lived from 1887 to 1930, was a German communist political activist and politician and chairman of the Communist Party of Germany. Ernst Mayr is best remembered as a founding member and top leader of the Communist Party of Germany and as the leader of the party's membership in the Prussian Landtag. A political opponent of Ernst Thälmann, Mayr was removed out of the top party leadership after 1928, not long before his death of tuberculosis-related pneumonia at the age of 43. End footnote. So back to the text. Delegates came from 11 countries. 10 came from Germany, among whom were Ledebour and Ernst Mayr. Lenin, Zinoviev, Martov, and Axelrod were among the Russian delegates. Trotsky represented the Naša Slovo group. Rakovsky represented the Romanian Social Democratic Party, and among the Italian delegates were Angelika Balabanov, a close friend of Rakovsky, Sarati, Morgari, and Modigliani. British delegates F. W. Jowett and Bruce Glossier from the Independent Labour Party were unable to secure passports to attend. There was 38 delegates in all. Quote, the delegates, filling 4 stagecoaches, set off for the mountains, end quote, wrote Trotsky later. Quote, the passers-by looked on curiously at the strange procession. The delegates themselves joked about the fact that half a century after the founding of the First International, it was still possible to seat all the internationalists in 4 coaches. But they were not skeptical. The thread of history often breaks. Then a new knot must be tied, and this is what we were doing in Simmerwald. End quote. At the end of the conference, Rakovsky returned to Romania, where he stood for election to Parliament and won 109 votes. In February 1916, Rakovsky returned to Switzerland for a meeting of the Simmerwald Executive Committee, which met in Berna from 5th to the 9th of February. At this meeting, the Lenin Group demanded that the meeting be declared a full Congress with the power to make decisions. Lenin wanted approval for a manifesto which would call for a new international. But in fact, the balance of forces was the same as Simmerwald. Rakovsky proposed a compromise which was accepted. Instead of a manifesto, a circular would be sent to all parties and groups affiliated to Simmerwald. A committee was elected to prepare the circular that consisted of Martov, Rakovsky, Zinoviev, Sarati, and 3 other delegates. The final text strongly criticized the, quote, social patriots, end quote, of France and Germany, and criticized the International Socialist Bureau, led by Huysmans, for its inactivity. One second. Camille Huysmans was a Belgian politician who served as the Prime Minister of Belgium from 1946 to 1947. And it says here that Angelika Balabanov, who lived from 1878 to November 1965, was a Russian-Italian communist and social democratic activist of Jewish origin. She served as secretary of the Comintern from 1919 to 1920, and later became a political party leader in Italy. Back to the text. The text approves of strikes and demonstrations and calls upon the masses to, quote, intervene, end quote. It went much further than the Simmerwald Manifesto and spoke of, quote, open economic and political struggles of the masses against the ruling classes and their governments, end quote. The circular represented, in fact, a rapprochement of the center with the thesis of Lenin. A break with the Second International was still avoided. Rakovsky was unable to attend the Quintal Conference of the Simmerwald movement because Romania had closed its borders in preparation for entry into the war. Hostilities commenced on the 16th of August. Rakovsky was almost immediately arrested by the Romanian authorities and was taken from Bucharest to Iasi, where he was freed by Russian troops on May Day 1917. On the day of Rakovsky's release from prison by a mass demonstration of Romanian workers and Russian soldiers, Rakovsky addressed a crowd of 20,000 people, then was taken by special train to Odessa. On Rakovsky's arrival in Odessa, with the help of the local Soviet, Rakovsky organized a, quote, Romanian Social Democratic Action Committee, end quote, to work towards a revolution in Romania. On the 11th of May, the Petrograd Soviet issued its, quote, appeal to the socialists of all countries, end quote, calling for, quote, peace without annexations or reparations on the basis of the self-determination of peoples, end quote. Rakovsky published a defense of the theses entitled, quote, How to Put an End to the War, end quote. After 2 weeks in Odessa, Rakovsky went to Petrograd. Rakovsky had to leave Petrograd in August to avoid arrest. He went to Stockholm, where he arrived in September, the month in which the Third Simmerwald Conference was to be held in that city. After the conference, he remained in Stockholm, where, with Radek, he edited and produced Pravda correspondence, which later became Messenger of the Russian Revolution. These were bulletins primarily for the information of the Western Social Democratic press. Rakovsky's attitude towards the October Revolution was expected in his letter of the congratulations sent to the, quote, comrades of the Central Executive Committee of the Soviet of Workers, end quote, of the Workers and Peasants' Deputies, end quote. On the 18th of November 1917, which was printed in Izvestia on the 29th of November and included the following, quote, the Romanian comrades will accomplish their tasks even more so now with support of the Russian Revolution. Their hopes are especially directed towards the socialist government of Russia, towards which the peoples of the whole world are looking. The Romanian people are also put their trust in the socialist government of Russia. There can be no question of the fear and defiance towards you, which the people felt towards the imperialist governments. May the revolution triumph in Russia, such is the interest of the Romanian people, end quote. Christian Rakovsky. Christian Rakovsky joined the Bolshevik Party in 1918. This piece has taken me a while to get through because I'm like reading it in staggered jumps. I had to review where I was when I left off last time, and I'll listen to this when I'm done, and hopefully I'll know a little bit more about Christian Rakovsky than I did when I started reading it. But Christian Rakovsky in the Ukraine, 1919 to 23. That's the new section. Coffee. In January 1919, Christian Rakovsky was nominated by Lenin to be head of the Ukrainian Provisional Government. That same year, he became Commissar of Foreign Affairs of the Ukrainian Republic and President of the Ukrainian Defense Council. Being at the same time a member of the Central Executive Committee of the Union and member of the Politburo of the Ukrainian Communist Party, Rakovsky concentrated in his hands considerable personal power. Rakovsky was to remain in that position until dismissed by Stalin in 1923, and during those years he was, according to Trotsky in his, quote, notes on Rakovsky, end quote, quote, the sole and true chief of the Ukraine, end quote. As a leader of the socialist movement in the Balkans, Rakovsky had already had a long experience in the issues and problems of national oppression.
Already in the Socialist International Conference in London in 1896, he had delivered an address, later published in Kautsky's Die Neue Zeit, on the issue of national oppression in the East. His strategy for the Balkans had always been for a federation of Balkan states as the best guarantee for the autonomous development of each nation. Rakovsky's initial attitude toward the national question in the Ukraine was very much a continuation of his earlier views. What those views were with regard to the Ukraine can be seen most clearly in the article he wrote on relations between Soviet Russia and Ukraine, and which dealt with the effects of a socialist revolution on the relations between states and nations. The relations between Soviet states, said Rakovsky, are essentially different from those between bourgeois states. The difference is due fundamentally to the differences in their economic base. The bourgeois state, an outgrowth of capitalist private property and competition, is regarded as the private property of the collective ruling class. Hence, the bourgeois state order is characterized by the creation of, quote, separate national states struggling against each other, end quote. But because the socialist revolution eliminates private property, the socialist revolution eliminates the basis of the state order of the bourgeoisie, quote, the frontiers between the socialist states have ceased to have a political character and become simply administrative limits. End quote. Thus, whereas the most democratic of the bourgeois states makes a distinction between its own citizens and foreigners, one of the most fundamental characteristics of the constitution of a socialist state is, quote, a complete suppression of national privileges, end quote. The other side of the coin of the suppression of national particularism is centralization. Quote, the tendency of socialist revolution is political and economic centralization in the form of a temporary international federation, end quote. This international federation was not to be achieved all at once, but only by a, quote, process of suppression of particularism of all democratic and national prejudices, end quote. Rakovsky gives, as an example of this centralizing tendency, the formation by the Ukraine and Russia of joint commissariats of war, finance, labor, post, and telegraph. He attacks the petty bourgeois Ukrainian nationalists for, quote, placing the national question in the first place and sacrificing the social liberation of the working class, end quote. It was naturally thought for the nationalists to side with the counter-revolution, whether in the form of the whites, the Germans, or the Poles. Nationalism in the Ukraine was for Rakovsky something, quote, imposed on the masses, end quote, by the intelligentsia, and saw its significance only as being a force for counter-revolution. Nowhere at this stage does Rakovsky seem aware of the dangers of Russian nationalism and chauvinism. In an article published in Izvestia on the 3rd of January 1919, after pointing out that the ethnographic differences between the Ukrainians and the Russians were, quote, in themselves insignificant, end quote, he claimed that the, quote, danger of Russification under the existing Ukrainian Soviet authority is entirely without foundation, end quote. Very much in the same vein as his Romania Monikituar article of 1912, Rakovsky maintained that the Russian Revolution and the Soviet government would create the best conditions for the free development of each nation. In Izvestia on the 26th of January 1919, the month in which Rakovsky was appointed president of Commissars of the Ukrainian Soviet Republic, Rakovsky explained his understanding of the political significance of the task which now lay before him. Quote, the Ukraine, end quote, Christian Rakovsky wrote, quote, is truly the strategic nodal point of socialism. To create a revolutionary Ukraine would mean triggering off a revolution in the Balkans and giving to the German proletariat the possibility of resisting famine and world imperialism. The Ukrainian revolution is the decisive factor in the world revolution, end quote. Revolution in the Balkans was essential in uniting revolutionary Russia with the European proletariat. Rakovsky, like Lenin and Trotsky, firmly believed that without revolution in Europe, the advance towards socialism begun in October would end in defeat. Everything depended on the spread of revolution in this Ukraine was central. Partly occupied by the whites and the Allies, the Ukraine had become, in the words of the veteran Ukrainian communist Skripnik, the, quote, arena of international forces, ... the laboratory of internationalism, end quote. The international spread of the revolution through the Balkans and into Europe was not just a theoretical affirmation with Rakovsky, but as an immediate material and practical goal, which he pursued with all means, diplomatic, political, and military, from 1918 to 1920. His enthusiasm and even military, quote, adventurism, end quote, during this period even brought him into conflict with Lenin. His appointment to lead the revolutionary government of the Ukraine was seen by him not in terms of the consolidation of power or territorial gain, but as a means of advancing the revolution across the Carpathians and into Europe. One of the main problems for the Bolsheviks in the Ukraine was the fact that whereas 80% of the population were peasants, a large proportion of the urban population was Russian, thus giving the Bolshevik Party, which was largely urban, the appearance of being essentially, quote, Russian and Jewish, end quote. The implantation of Bolshevik roots in the Ukrainian countryside was to be achieved by winning to the Bolshevik Party the left wing of the Ukrainian nationalist parties, especially the left wing of the Ukrainian Social Revolutionary Party. Just as a side note, something you might be interested in checking out is the work by, God, what the hell is his name? Is it Brendan McGeever? I think he was part of the, he's pretty badass dude in my estimation. He was with Simon Pirani in doing the Social Histories of Revolution lecture series, which is tremendous and should be looked at by everybody. Also, what was I going to say? But he also, his main work, he was also part of, what was he also part of? Shit. He was also part of the Network for Critical Theories of Anti-Semitism that had people like Moishe Pistone, Werner Bonefeld, Robert Fine, what's his name? I can't fucking remember his name. Is it William Spencer? I can't remember his fucking name. Or is it eluding me? Anyway, he's done great stuff. But he's part of that, had Gerhard Scheidt and other people to critique anti-Semitism and capitalism from a critical theory perspective. But his main empirical work, he's a historian mainly, and his main work is, or at least historically has been, at least thus far, has been on anti-Semitism in the Bolshevik Party during the Civil War, right? Or not, maybe not in the Bolshevik Party. It's more, his work's more located on anti-Semitism in the Red Army and things like that. I think he said I don't know if it was 5% or 10% of anti-Jewish violence during the Russian Civil War was done by the Bolsheviks. So obviously the vast majority of it was done by the whites. And it wasn't a top-down, planned thing. It was, planned, anti-Semitism from, the top. Obviously, people like Trotsky and Lenin would have been very much opposed to this, obviously. But it was them struggling how to... this is the thesis. The work is kind of about how, the Bolshevik Party struggled to try to manage this problem of anti-Semitism amongst... populations that they were trying to win over to their cause in the Civil War, which they did win over to their cause. But yeah. Back to the text, sorry, I was just thinking about, but check out Brendan McGeever, I think that's his name, Brendan McGeever. He has stuff with it's stuff all over the internet, I'm pretty sure. Anywhere that there's any of the main places that have stuff. I think you might have had have stuff with the YIVO Institute, maybe with ISGAT, which is the what the hell is that? I don't know, but it's something, a group of her anti-Semitism studies. But he has talks with them, and they're great. Check them out. Anyway, in June 1918, under the Hetmanate government, with German occupation, an act of resistance being carried out by the Bolsheviks in the Ukraine, the left-wing elements of both the Ukrainian Social Democrats and SRs passed over to support for the Bolsheviks and participated in the Second All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets. The leftist Rs formed a separate party generally known as the Borotbis. See if there's anything for that on Wikipedia. It says the Borotbis, this is according to Wikipedia, the Borotbis was a left nationalist political party in the Ukraine that existed from 1918 to 1920, is not to be associated with its Russian-affiliated counterparts, the Ukrainian Party of Left Socialist Revolutionaries, Borbists, and the Ukrainian Communist Party, UKPIS. I don't know which one this is. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll finish reading this, but I don't know if this is referring to what the author of this introduction is referring to. It arose in May 1918 after the split in the Ukrainian Socialist Revolutionary Party on the basis of supporting the Soviet regime in Ukraine. Borotbists are often associated with the Russian Party of Left Socialist Revolutionaries, who in Ukraine call themselves Borotbists. Okay. In March 1919, it assumed the name Ukrainian Party of Socialist Revolutionary Borotbists, Communists. And in August the same year, the name was changed to Ukrainian Communist Party, Borotbists. Its leaders, among others, were Vasil Ilan Blakitny, Yuri Hranko, Ivan Mestrenko, Alexander Shumsky. The introduction's a little long, but I'll finish reading it. Fuck it. The Borotbists twice applied to the Executive Committee of the Communist International to be allowed to affiliate with the Communist International. On the 26th of February 1920, the Communist International, by a special decision, called on the Borotbists to dissolve their party and merge with the Communist Party Bolshevik of Ukraine, the CPBU. At the Borotbist conference in the middle of March 1920, a decision was passed to dissolve the party. A decision to admit the Borotbists into membership in the Communist Party of the Ukraine was adopted at the 4th All-Ukraine Conference of the CPBU, which was held in Kharkiv on the 17th to 23rd of March. After the dissolution, many Borotbists joined the Ukrainian Communist Party rather than the Bolshevik Party, which is more closely tied to Moscow. After 1920, the history of the Borotbists took the form of a struggle between the two trends, the centralist Russophile element, the quote, universal current, end quote, of Ukrainian communists. Ukrainization heralded an unprecedented national renaissance in the 1920s. The Ukrainian communists, including the prominent ex-Borotbitsi, carried forward Ukrainization, a quote, weapon of cultural revolution in Ukraine, end quote. Ukrainization meant efforts to assert autonomy and counter ascendant Stalinism. Stalinist centralism and its partner Russian nationalism destroyed senses of equality between the republics. The Ukrainian communists and intelligentsia were annihilated. The Borotbist, quote, co-founders of the Ukrainian USSR, end quote, were among the last remnants of opposition purged under the guise of the destruction of the quote, fake, quote, Borotbist Center, end quote, in 1936. They were still being subjected to official attack in 1938. Anyway, so much for the Borotbists. During the rising against Skoropadsky, the fuck is Skoropadsky? Sorry, I don't know who any of these people are. Wikipedia says Pavlo Skoropadsky was a Ukrainian aristocrat, military, and state leader who lived from 1873 to 1945, who served as the hetman of the Ukrainian state throughout 1918 following a coup d'etat in April 29th of the same year. Born the son of a nobleman, Skoropadsky attended the Page Corps, from which he came out an officer. After his service in the Russo-Japanese War, he was promoted to the rank of colonel, later in command of the 20th Finnish Dragoon Regiment in 1910. Skoropadsky would be promoted to Major General and aide-de-camp of Nicholas II in 1912. During the First World War, he became a lieutenant general in charge of the 34th Army Corps. After the February Revolution, which saw the emergence of the Central Rada, Skoropadsky would begin to Ukrainize his 34th Army Corps, later known as the 1st Ukrainian Corps. With the help of the German Empire, Skoropadsky would overthrow the Ukrainian People's Republic and establish the Ukrainian state. During Skoropadsky's rule, he gave the occupying Austrian and German forces greater control over Ukraine, while also appealing to the interests of predominantly Russian landowners. Skoropadsky's government also improved Ukrainian education, foreign affairs, and the organization of the Ukrainian army. So that's who Skoropadsky is. During the rising against Skoropadsky in November 1918, the Baratbists did not join the forces of the National Union, Petliura and Vinichenko, but organized their own rising, marching under red banners. The Baratbists were very powerful in the Ukrainian countryside, and according to Vinichenko, during this period, the quote, the influence of the Baratbist program was manifest in nearly all the resolutions passed by the peasant congresses. Wikipedia says, Vladimir Vinichenko, who lived from 1880 to 1951, was a Ukrainian statesman, political activist, writer, playwright, and artist who served as the first prime minister of the Ukrainian People's Republic. As a writer, Vinichenko is recognized in Ukrainian literature as a leading modernist writer in pre-revolutionary Ukraine who wrote short stories, novels, and plays, but in Soviet Ukraine his works were forbidden, like that of many other Ukrainian writers, from the 1930s until the mid-1980s. Prior to Vinichenko's entry onto the stage of Ukrainian politics, Vinichenko was a long-time political activist who lived abroad in Western Europe from 1906 to 1914. Vinichenko's works reflect his immersion in the Ukrainian revolutionary milieu, among impoverished and working-class people, and among emigres from the Russian Empire living in Western Europe. Okay, back to the text. The Baratbists were very powerful in the Ukrainian countryside, and according to Vinichenko, during this period, quote, the influence of the Baratbist program was manifest in nearly all the resolutions passed by the peasant congresses. In January 1919, at the time when Rakovsky took power from Pyatkov as head of the Soviet government in the Ukraine, the Baratbists formed their own government on the right bank of the Dnieper, I don't know how to pronounce that, and began talks with Rakovsky government in Kharkov. It says Georgy Pyatakov, this is Wikipedia, who lived from 1890 to 1937, was a Ukrainian revolutionary and Bolshevik leader and key Soviet politician during and after the 1917 Russian Revolution. Pyatakov was considered by contemporaries to be one of the early communist states' best economic administrators, but with poor political judgment. Back to the text. According to Rafs, Jewish Bund leader in the Ukraine, and at one time member of Rakovsky's cabinet, quote, this was not simply a gesture, for the Baratbists conducted a great operation and collected large partisan detachments. It says that Moisei Rafs, who lived from 1883 to 1942, was a prominent Jewish politician of the Ukrainian People's Republic as the Bundist representative. After 1919, he was the official of the Bolshevik Party until the rise of Joseph Stalin, when he was imprisoned. Rafis was a member of the 1917 Russian Constituent Assembly, and also the Central Council of Ukraine, the Petrograd Soviet, headed Jewish Bund in Kiev. In Kiev, Rafis became a member of the Regional Committee in Protection of Revolution in Ukraine and served as the General Controller of the General Secretariat of Ukraine. Rafis was succeeded at this post by another Bundist, Alexander Zolotarev. When tensions within the Bund heightened due to the pro-Bolshevik leaning of a party of the leadership, Moisei Rafis was the leader of the centrist wing of the Bund, while Mikhail Liber and Benjamin Kaifetz led the rightists. However, Rafis led the Sizhnist Kumbund group in Kiev in February 1919, later joined by similar groups in Yekaterinoslav, Kharkov, and Palatova. But the Kombund lasted until May 1919, when it emerged into the Komfarband. These moves were apparently motivated by the large-scale pogroms committed by all the armies present in Ukraine at the time, except the Red Army. After the refusal of the Soviet authorities to authorize the formation of a distinct Jewish Communist Party, Rafis, like other former Bundist, Esther Frumkin, Alexander Chemerinsky, and Rakhmil Weinstein, finally joined the upper echelons of the Yevsektsiya, the Jewish section of the Soviet Communist Party. Moisei Rafis was at the head of the artistic section of the Sovkino and a member of the Sovkino board in the late 1920s through 1930. So, back to the text. According to Rafis, Jewish Bund leader in the Ukraine at the time, member of Rakovsky's cabinet, quote, "This was not simply a gesture, for the Borotbists conducted a great operation and collected large partisan detachments," end quote. The Ukrainian Bolsheviks, however, having gained considerable military victories over Petliura and the Directory in early 1919, rejected the offer of the Borotbists despite the directives of Lenin in January of that year. When in the summer of 1919, the offensive of Petliura and Denikin forced the Ukrainian Soviet government and the Bolsheviks to retreat, the Borotbists formed themselves into the Ukrainian Communist Party Borotbists and applied to the Communist International for recognition, an application which was ignored. When the second government of Rakovsky established itself in the Ukraine at the beginning of 1920, it began to implement a different policy towards the Borotbists. The latter applied again in February 1920 to the Comintern for recognition, but the Executive Committee of the Comintern decided on the 29th of February that it would, quote, refuse admission to the party of Borotbists into the Communist International, end quote, on the grounds that, quote, the party of the Borotbists, which calls itself a communist party, in reality departs from the principles of communism in several extremely important points. In its demanding the immediate formation of a separate national army and its open agitation against communists, capital C communists, of other nationalities, in particular Russian communists who worked in the Ukraine, end quote. In this, the Comintern was simply implementing the policy of the Russian Communist Party. The policy of the Bolsheviks now was to put pressure on the Borotbists to amalgamate with the Communist Party, the Ukraine, and to make concessions to them for this purpose. The policy of the Bolsheviks was now to put pressure on the Borotbists to amalgamate with the CPBU and to make concessions to the CPBU for this purpose. The CPBU means Communist Party of Ukraine. And to make concessions to them for this purpose. This policy paid off, and the Borotbists decided to join the Communist Party of the Ukraine. Lenin intervened to ensure then the mistake of 1919 would not be repeated. Two Borotbists entered the Central Committee of the party. The membership of the Borotbists at the time of the fusion was above 4,000, and according to Soviet historian Popov. By this step, the, quote, Communist Party of Ukraine acquired considerable cadres of functionaries who not only had a command of Ukrainian, but also had ties with the Ukrainian masses. Most of them were particularly closely connected with the countryside. The integration of the Baratbists had a major influence on the policies of the Rakovsky government and on the Bolshevik Party in the Ukraine. According to Rakovsky, quote, the Communist Party of the Ukraine itself did not remain uninfluenced by the UCP, Baratbists. To a great degree under the influence of the Baratbists, the Bolsheviks evolved from, quote, the Russian Communist Party in the Ukraine, end quote, into a genuine Communist Party of the Ukraine. The, quote, federalist, end quote, i.e. independentist trend in the Communist Party of the Ukraine was a wedge which had been driven in by the hands of the Baratbists. The two parties, the Bolsheviks and the Baratbists, having violent discussions between themselves, met each other halfway, the one rectifying its communist line, the other adapting itself to the peculiarities and specific conditions of the social, economic, and cultural life in the Ukraine. End quote. Rakovsky. This integration also meant, of course, a strengthening of the federalist or, quote, nationalist, end quote, sentiment in the Ukrainian party, a sentiment which had always been there and had been a source of conflict in the party from its foundation. The issue of independence among the Ukrainian Bolsheviks during those years expressed itself mainly in the debate concerning the relation of the Communist Party in the Ukraine to the party in Moscow. In this struggle, Rakovsky was, during the formative years, an avowed, quote, centralist, end quote. When the Bolsheviks had to evacuate the Ukraine after the German occupation, they held a conference in Taganrog in Ekaterinslav province in April 1918. The counterants decided to form an independent Communist Party of the Ukraine, a motion which was adopted by only 26 votes to 21. This was viewed by the Russian Bolsheviks as a serious, quote, nationalist, end quote, deviation, although according to the veteran Ukrainian Bolshevik, Skripnik, the leader of the Federalist wing, the resolution was actually approved at the time by the Russian Communist Party. Wikipedia says, Mykola Oleksievich Skripnik, who lived from 1872 to 1933, was a Ukrainian Bolshevik revolutionary and communist leader who was a proponent of the Ukrainian Republic's independence and later led the cultural Ukrainization effort in Soviet Ukraine. When the policy was reversed and he was removed from his position, he committed suicide rather than be forced to recant his policies in a show trial. Mykola Skripnik also was the head of the Ukrainian People's Commissariat, equivalent to the modern-day position of Prime Minister of Ukraine. Both Skripnik and Pyatakov were members of the organizational bureau set up at this conference. In the summer of 1918, the first Congress of the Communist Party of the Ukraine was held in Moscow. Now, back to the text, I should say. In the summer of 1918, the first Congress of the Communist Party of the Ukraine was held in Moscow, and the Taganrog Resolution on Independence was overturned. Skripnik's resolution, which was rejected at this first Congress, ran as follows, quote, the Communist Organization of the Ukraine, the Communist Organizations of the Ukraine are uniting in a separate Communist Party of the Ukraine with its own Central Committee, formally tied with the CPR through the International Commission of the Third International, end quote. Skripnik's resolution. According to the resolution which was adopted, the Ukrainian Party was subordinated to the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party. The Congress was dominated by the Ekaterinoslavs, whose party organization in the Donetsk Basin, and the Ekaterinoslavs consisted predominantly of Russian proletarians. Skripnik was not elected to the Central Committee at this Congress. In the spring of 1919, the Bolsheviks controlled the whole of the eastern Ukraine, and in March, the Third Congress of the Communist Party of the Ukraine was held in Kharkov, the first Congress attended by Rakovsky. He defended the position of the CPR and the Ekaterinoslavs. Quote, "The Communist Party of the Ukraine regards itself as a member of a single communist international. The Communist Party of the Ukraine maintains close organizational ties with the Russian Communist Party, whose southern detachment is the Communist Party of the Ukraine." End quote. Christian Rakovsky. Christian Rakovsky was elected to the Central Committee, which again excluded Skripnik and the Federalists. The year 1919 was a year of turmoil for the Ukrainian Bolsheviks. The Soviet government was repulsed from the Ukraine at the end of the summer, and the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Party elected at the Third Congress was dissolved by the party in Moscow. There were bitter recriminations about the policies to be followed in the Ukraine, the attitude towards the peasantry, the national question, the Bratbist, and the right of the CPR to dissolve the leading body of the party which the Congress had elected. The independents led by Slenko and Lapsinski. And was it Lapsinski? I didn't see anything for Slenko. Lapsinski. Yeah, not seeing anything. The independents led by Slenko and Lapsinski organized a non-official conference in November 1918 in Gomel in the Chernigov province. Rakovsky did not attend the conference, which demanded once again that, quote, this party was to be a completely independent section of the International, end quote. Where am I? In March 1920, when the Soviet government had consolidated itself in the Ukraine, the Fourth Congress of the Communist Party of the Ukraine was held. The policies of the previous Central Committee were bitterly condemned by many delegates who attacked the action of the Central Committee of the CPR in dissolving the Ukrainian Central Committee. Rakovsky defended the actions of the Russian party, saying that given the weaknesses of the Bolsheviks in the Ukraine, having their own Central Committee was a, quote, luxury, end quote. The antagonism towards the CPR and towards the prominent party leaders in the Ukraine resulted in Rakovsky not being elected to the Central Committee at this Congress, along with Manilivsky, Kosyar, and Yakovlev. Give me 1 second. So Dmitry Manilivsky, I don't know how to pronounce his name, lived from 1883 to 1959 and was an important Bolshevik revolutionary, Soviet politician, and academic who was secretary of the Executive Committee of Comintern, the Communist International, from December 1926 to its dissolution in May 1943. Stanislav Kosyar who lived from 1889 to 1939, sometimes spelled Kosyor, was a Soviet politician who was first secretary of the Communist Party of Ukraine, deputy premier of the Soviet Union, and member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU. Stanislav Kosyor and his wife were both executed during the Great Purge. And Vasily Yakovlev was a Russian old Bolshevik revolutionary and politician. I don't know if this is the same guy or not, but this is what's coming up with for Yakovlev and Bolshevik. Vasily Yakovlev, who lived from 1885 to 1938, was a Russian old Bolshevik revolutionary and politician. Yakovlev participated in the October Revolution of 1917, transferred former Russian Emperor Nicholas II and his family to Yekaterinburg, where they were later killed, rose to become a commander in the Red Army during the Russian Civil War, fled to China after being captured by the White Army, where he became a government advisor, and returned to the Soviet Union in 1928, where he was eventually arrested and executed. Yakovlev was portrayed by the actor Ian Holm in the 1971 film Nicholas and Alexandra. Back to the text. The antagonism towards the CPR and towards the prominent party leaders in the Ukraine resulted in Rakovsky not being elected to the Central Committee at this Congress, along with Manuilsky and Kosyor and Yakovlev. When the 9th Congress of the Russian Communist Party met later that month in Moscow, Lenin defended Rakovsky, declaring that the CPR did not recognize the resolutions of the 4th Congress, which, quote, criticized Comrade Rakovsky and baited him in a completely inadmissible fashion, end quote. In April, the Central Committee of the CPR dissolved the Central Committee elected at the 4th Congress and created a, quote, temporary, end quote, CC, which included Rakovsky, Kosyor, and Manuilsky. In May, Trotsky, Yofa, and Kamenev went to Kiev for discussions with the Ukrainian Central Committee in an effort to settle the disagreements. This is the last time in the Ukrainian party that the dispute over relations with Moscow reached such a height. A massive party purge removed a lot of separatist sympathy from the party, and then 3 years later, Rakovsky himself entered into open struggle against Moscow centralization. He was easily removed by Stalin. From the beginning of 1920, the continuity of the Soviet power in Ukraine was uninterrupted until small parts of its territory occupied in May 1920 by Pilsudski and Petliura. Pilsudski was the leader of Poland. Petliura. Simon Petliura lived from 1879 to 1926, was a Russian politician and journalist. He was Supreme Commander of the Ukrainian People's Army, UNA, and led the Ukrainian People's Republic during the Ukrainian War of Independence as part of the wider Russian Civil War. Petliura was born to a family of Cossack heritage in Poltava. From an early age, he embraced socialism and Ukrainian nationalism, which he advocated through his highly prolific career as a journalist. After the 1917 February Revolution overthrew the Tsarist monarchy, the Ukrainian People's Republic was proclaimed and Petliura was elected head of its military. The republic was briefly interrupted by the pro-German Ukrainian state, but in late 1918, Petliura, along with other members of the Socialist Directorate of Ukraine, organized a revolt and overthrew the regime, restoring the republic. Petliura became the leader of the Directorate in early 1919 after the Bolsheviks invaded Ukraine and drove the UNA to Galicia. Facing imminent defeat, Petliura entered an alliance with Józef Pilsudski, Poland. Józef Pilsudski's Poland. The Polish-Soviet War concluded with Polish victory, but Ukraine remained under Soviet control, forcing Petliura into exile. Petliura initially directed the government in exile from Poland, but eventually settled in Paris. During the Civil War, the UNA were responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Jewish civilians, and Petliura's role in the pogroms has been a topic of dispute. In 1926, Petliura was assassinated in Paris by Jewish anarchist Sholem Schwarzbard, who had lost relatives in the pogroms. Back to the text. The first task of the Rakovsky government on return to Ukraine in 1920 was to handle the problem of Sovietization and collectivization in the Ukrainian countryside. A more moderate pace of collectivization, a series of laws aimed at winning the support of the small and middle peasantry, the formation of poor peasant unions, and the winning of the Baratbists to the Communist Party were the main ingredients in Rakovsky's success in this field in 1920 to 21. By the end of 1921, Rakovsky began openly to demand a greater degree of real independence for the Ukraine and began to insist on real and practical measures in this direction, an insistence which caused no small amount of friction with the government in Moscow. In his speech to the 11th Party Congress in 1922, Lenin hinted at this in, as he said, a, quote, polite, end quote, way. Quote, the Ukraine is an independent republic, that is quite all right, but in party matters it sometimes, what is the politest way of saying it, takes a roundabout course, and we shall have to get at them, end quote. Lenin. One of the areas in which this friction existed was the question of control of foreign trade and commerce. From January to June 1919, an autonomous commissariat of foreign trade existed in the Ukraine under A. Schlichter? I don't know if I'm saying that right. This seems like the guy. It says Alexander Schlichter lived from 1868 to 1940 and was a Ukrainian Bolshevik politician, Soviet statesman, social scientist, and economist. Back to the text. When the second government of Rakovsky was formed in the beginning of 1920, this commissariat was not reconstituted. When the Treaty of Economic and Military Union was signed in December 1920, a Ukrainian Office for Foreign Trade, Ukrzontor, UKRZOVNTORH, was established, but this office was under the control of the Russian Communist Commissariat, which was directed at that time by L.B. Krasin. Leonid Borisovich Krasin, who lived from 1870 to 1926, was a Russian-Soviet politician, engineer, social entrepreneur, Bolshevik revolutionary, and a Soviet diplomat. In 1924, he became the first Soviet ambassador to France. Leonid Borisovich Krasin, a year later, left Paris to become ambassador to London, where he remained until his death. Krasin was an early and close associate of Vladimir Lenin and his financier and the first finance wizard of the Communist Party. Back to the text. In January 1922, however, on the initiative of Rakovsky, the Economic Council of the Ukraine approved a resolution according to which, quote, the commercial treaties signed by the RSFSR do not apply to the Ukraine, end quote. The Economic Council of the Ukraine resolution. This attempt to achieve a real autonomy for the Ukrainian Commissariat of Foreign Trade was in keeping with the general goal of Rakovsky. which he had explained at the Sixth Congress of the Ukrainian Communist Party held on the 10th of October 1921, quote, "It is necessary to grant more independence of the Ukrainian organs, especially to those those that are unified with the Russian, because the others are already independent," end quote. Rakovsky. In Rakovsky's report to the Sixth Congress, Rakovsky insisted that for purposes of trade and commerce, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Austria should be clearly demarcated as, quote, "zones of influence," end quote, for the Ukraine, and respected as such by the Russians. An agreement to this effect was signed by Rakovsky and Klassen at the beginning of 1922. Independent commercial, trading, and other treaties were worked out also with France, Poland, and other European countries. Finally, in June 1923, the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party published a decree according to which foreign companies were permitted to open offices and branches in the Ukraine only with the authorization of the Ukrainian Economic Council. All accords signed up to that time with Moscow were thereby annulled and would have to be renegotiated with Ukraine. This decree was the logical outcome of the independent line pursued by the government of Rakovsky during the previous 2 years. It was to be the last independent decision of the Ukrainian government. One of the major debates of the 12th Party Congress was the nationalities question and the relations between the Soviet republics. A dispute had broken out in the party of the previous year over the question of Georgia. At the 11th Party Congress, leading Bolsheviks had accused Lenin's government of forsaking the principle of self-determination and resorting to, quote, "one and indivisible," end quote, Russia of old. Shortly afterwards, Stalin, as Commissar of Nationalities, ordered the suppression of the Menshevik Party in Georgia. When leading Georgian Bolsheviks, Midivani, Mdivani, and Makaradze protested against this, he sought to intimidate them. Polycarp Midivani, who lived from 1877 to 1937, was a veteran Georgian Bolshevik and Soviet government official energetically involved in the Russian revolutions and the Civil War. In the 1920s, Midivani played an important role in the Sovietization of the Caucasus, but later led Georgian communist opposition to Joseph Stalin's centralizing policy during the Georgian Affair of 1922. Polycarp Midivani was executed during the Great Purge. And it says, Philip Makaradze, who lived from 1868 to 1941, was a Georgian Bolshevik revolutionary and government official. Very striking looking figure. So back to the text. Shortly afterwards, Stalin, as Commissar of Nationalities, ordered the suppression of the Menshevik Party in Georgia. When leading Georgian Mensheviks, Midivani and Makaradze, protested against this, he sought to intimidate them. Trotsky had attacked the ban on the Georgian Mensheviks, but then, when the case came before the Politburo, Lenin supported Stalin. The Georgian Bolsheviks were denounced as, quote, "national deviationists," end quote. At the end of 1922, however, Lenin had re-examined this conflict with the Georgian Bolsheviks and dramatically changed his position. On the 30th of December 1922, Lenin wrote his famous memorandum on the national question, the, quote, "bombshell," end quote, against Stalin. Before the 12th Congress, Lenin informed the Georgians that Lenin would back their cause, quote, with all my heart, end quote, and that he was preparing documents for them against Stalin, Ordzhonikidze, and Dzhirinsky. So that's Stalin, Ordzhonikidze being another Georgian Bolshevik who was like Stalin's like close compatriot. Dzhirinsky, I can never pronounce this guy's names right, is Iron Felix, who's like the Cheka guy. I really need to learn to pronounce his name. In his memorandum on the national question of December 1922, Lenin wrote that he felt, quote, strongly guilty before the workers of Russia for not having intervened vigorously and drastically enough in this notorious issue, end quote. All that had happened in Georgia, Ukraine, and elsewhere was being justified by Stalin and Zinoviev on the grounds that the government must possess a single and integrated administrative machine or, quote, apparatus, end quote. Quote, where do such statements come from, end quote, Lenin asked. Quote, do they not come from the same Russian apparatus, ... we borrowed from the Tsardom and simply covered with a Soviet veneer, end quote, Lenin? It was time to defend the non-Russian nationalities from that, quote, truly Russian dizermorda. I don't know if that means chauvinism. Let's see. Does it mean chauvinism? Damn it. Yeah, it says nothing. It was true. It was time to defend the non-Russian nationalities from that, quote, truly Russian Zermorda, ... The rashness of Stalin's administrative zeal and his spite had played a fatal role, end quote. Lenin recommended that, quote, it is better to show too much conciliation and softness towards national minorities rather than too little, end quote. The rights of the Georgians and Ukrainians and others was more important than the need for administrative centralization, which Stalin evoked in order to justify, quote, a quasi-imperialist attitude towards oppressed nationalities, end quote. I'm assuming that quote's from Lenin. If need be, Lenin concluded the new constitution being prepared by Stalin, which proposed a union rather than a federation of republics, together with the new centralistic organization of government, would have to be scrapped altogether. On the 5th of March, 1 month before the party congress, Lenin wrote to Trotsky on the subject of his memorandum on the national question, quote, if you would agree to undertake its defense, I could be at rest, end quote. Lenin. During that same month, Lenin's memorandum was circulated to the members of the Politburo and soon leaked to other leaders. Its existence was known at the Congress, but it was kept secret from the party for 31 years. Lenin had urged Trotsky to show on this vital question no weakness or vacillation, to trust no, quote, rotten compromise, end quote, Stalin might propose. In fact, quite the opposite was to happen. The ruling triumvirate, consisting of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev, proposed a compromise which Trotsky accepted, a piece of behavior described by Deutscher later as, quote, incredibly foolish, end quote. Isaac Deutscher. Stalin had prepared theses to be submitted to the 12th Party Congress on policy towards the non-Russian nationalities. Trotsky proposed that Stalin should amend his theses, to denounce great Russian chauvinism and to give the Georgians and Ukrainians a firm assurance that from now on their rights would be respected. In return, Trotsky agreed that Lenin's notes on the national question and his, quote, testament should not be made public. It was agreed that Stalin would make the report on the national question and the party organization. Zinoviev would make the general report and Trotsky took over the report on industry. Trotsky would refrain from attacking Stalin and the triumvirate would refrain from attacking Trotsky. quote, Trotsky observed his understanding so literally that he spoke on no subject of the Congress other than his industrial report. To secure his silence on the nationalities questions, in spite of the appeal made to him in Lenin's letter of the 5th of March, was perhaps the most remarkable of all Stalin's successes on this occasion. End quote. I don't know who that quote is from. The Georgians and Ukrainians did not get the strong support Lenin had promised. Quote, Trotsky followed the proceedings impassively or absented himself. End quote. In this situation, then, it fell on Rakovsky to take up the fight against Stalin on the national question. The opposition between them had already erupted in 1922. In August 1922, the Politburo had instructed the Orgbureau to form a commission to prepare for the Central Committee of the party a set of theses on the relations between Russia and other republics. The central government was represented by Stalin, Ordzhonikidze, Sokolnikov, Molotov, and Rakovsky. During the meetings of this commission, Rakovsky had strongly protested against, quote, the permanent struggle which the so-called independent and autonomous republics had to carry out to safeguard not only their prerogatives but their very own existence, end quote. Rakovsky. There were continuous examples of Russian commissariats which had allowed themselves to sign international accords in the name of the Ukraine. Quote, even when from the Constitution of the Union they don't have the slightest right to do so. If the central organs are incapable of mastering their bureaucratic tendencies and instincts, it will be impossible to build socialism, end quote. Rakovsky. According to Trotsky, from the end of 1922, Stalin had begun to prepare a veritable, quote, conspiracy, end quote, against Rakovsky. In 1919, Rakovsky had approached the national question in the Ukraine from the point of view of the spread of the revolution through the Balkans into Europe. His view of the nationalities problem was determined by his perspective, and he saw the nationalist movements as capable of playing only a counter-revolutionary role. After his 4 years of experience as the head of the Soviet Ukraine, his attitudes on this question had undergone a complete transformation. But as was always the case with Rakovsky, Rakovsky approached that question now again in 1923 from the point of view of the international revolution. Rakovsky wrote to Trotsky later in 1928, quote, I understand perfectly and I share your point of view. There can be no correct internal policy without a correct and coherent program concerning the international proletarian revolution, end quote. In the coming revolutions, said Rakovsky in 1923, in his main speech to the 12th Party Congress, the conflict between the nations of the East and Western imperialism would have, quote, a colossal revolutionary significance, end quote. The future of socialism in Russia depended on that international struggle, and therefore a correct theoretical and practical resolution of the national question in the Soviet Union was something which, quote, touches the foundation of Soviet Russia and our party, end quote. The crucial problem which Rakovsky posed to the 12th Congress was, quote, if we are to become the center of the struggle of the oppressed nationalities outside the boundaries of the USSR, we must internally, within the boundaries of the USSR, make a correct decision on the national question, end quote. Rakovsky. Hence the serious implications of the, quote, imperialistic, end quote, behavior towards Georgia and the Ukraine, because it made a mockery of the principle of the struggle against imperialism and undermined the confidence of the oppressed in socialism and in the Soviet Union. The strategy for international revolution was once again the decisive framework in which Rakovsky situated the national question. Stalin's theses to the Congress made no mention of this, and Rakovsky proposed the following amendment, quote, "The colossal revolutionary significance which transforms the struggles of the Eastern nations and colonies for their freedom from the yoke of imperialist oppression, and also the reformation of the European liberation movements in various occupied countries, makes it even more necessary for the party to assume the responsibility of carrying out a correct theoretical and practical solution to the national question within the boundaries of the Soviet Union," end quote. In the committee which had discussed these theses, Stalin had rejected any reference to the national question in the West because, quote, "this could weaken the Eastern aspect," end quote. Stalin. But as Rakovsky pointed out to the Congress, the theses presented for voting on by Stalin contained, quote, "no mention of the East or the West," end quote. Stalin called for Rakovsky's amendment to be rejected, and it was. In his memorandum on the national question, Lenin had singled out Stalin and Dzhurinsky as being especially, quote, "responsible for this out-and-out great Russian nationalistic campaign," end quote. Writing in Principio almost 10 years later, Trotsky commented, quote, "The great Russian Lenin accused the Georgian Zhugashvili and the Pole Dzhurinsky of great Russian nationalism may seem paradoxical, but the question here is not one of national feeling or partialities, but of two systems of politics whose differences reveal themselves in all spheres, the national question among them." Trotsky. This comment of Trotsky's is particularly appropriate to the conflict between Rakovsky and Stalin in 1923. The analysis and proposals which Rakovsky presented to the 12th Congress transcend in their scope the specific issue of the nationalities problem and contain the seeds of those ideas which were to develop fully in the left opposition, of which he was one of the main leaders. What was the specific problem which the national question posed for the Communist Party in the Soviet Union according to Rakovsky? In 1919, in the articles already mentioned, Relations Between Republics, in the article already mentioned, Relations Between the Republics, that's the name of the article, Rakovsky had analyzed nationalism and national culture as specific to the bourgeois state order, an extension of the concept of, quote, "private ownership," end quote, to the level of the state. Therefore, Rakovsky saw the elimination of capitalist private property as undermining once and for all the basis of specifically, quote, "national," end quote, consciousness and culture, and Rakovsky saw the federal and centralizing principle as a characteristic of the socialist order. The problem had presented itself then in terms of the, quote, suppression, end quote, of national prejudice, national boundaries, etc., and Rakovsky had been very optimistic in 1919 about the pace at which those would disappear. At the 12th Congress, that optimism had disappeared. Quote, "The more often we discuss the question, the further away we are from a communist understanding and solution of the national problem," end quote. There were many in the party in 1923 who believed that the national problem had already been solved. Rakovsky asked, quote, "Tell me, comrades, how many of you can explain in what way the October Revolution solved the nationalities question?" End quote. Rakovsky. "It did not resolve it, nor could it have. National culture does not cease to exist because the state is a worker state or because the economy is no longer privately owned. National culture is, quote, the only way," end quote, through which the working and peasant masses will gain access to political and cultural life. Quote, "And hand in hand with national consciousness comes that feeling of equality which Lenin speaks of in his memorandum. Because of centuries of czarist domination, the nationalities are now experiencing that feeling of equality in a much deeper and stronger way than we think," end quote. So the problem posed before the Communist Party was not one of the suppression or, quote, "overcoming," end quote, of national consciousness. Quote, "It, the party, faces the question of how to find the bond between proletarian communist internationalism and the national development of wide layers of the peasant masses with their aspirations for a national life, for their own national culture, for their own national state," end quote. But why did this problem exist in the Soviet Union? Stalin had explained the problem is due to what he called, quote, communist prejudice, end quote. This prejudice does indeed exist, said Rakovsky, quote, it has its roots in our program, ... and conceals our ignorance of the national question, end quote. But, quote, Stalin had remained only on the threshold of the explanation. There is a second and more important explanation, namely the fundamental discrepancy between being created daily and growing larger and larger between our party and our program, on the one hand, and our state apparatus on the other. This is the central and crucial question, end quote. Rakovsky. Bureaucracy was the gravest danger and the real explanation for the problems that existed on the national question. Quote, our central authorities begin to view the administration of the whole country from the point of view of convenience. Naturally, it is tiresome to administer 20 republics, and how convenient it would be if the whole lot were unified. From the bureaucratic point of view, this would be simpler, easier, more pleasant, end quote. Christian Rakovsky. Power in the bureaucratic viewpoint of, quote, convenience, end quote, in the state apparatus manifested itself not simply in the national question, but in every aspect that and was a threat to the party and Soviet power itself. Quote, I must say frankly, comrades, that when I see the calmness of which with which especially the Russian section of our party reacts to those arguments, ... I fear for the future of our party, end quote. Rakovsky. 5 years later, as an imprisoned leader of the left opposition, Rakovsky developed his analysis further in his letter to Valentinov, The Professional Dangers of Power, which is in this volume. Rakovsky speaks there of the, quote, differentiation which power has introduced into the bosom of the proletariat, end quote. Power which, although initially only functional, quote, has modified the organism itself, end quote. There was therefore to the question of power and bureaucracy in the central state apparatus that the party should address itself. As far as the national problem was concerned, he proposed to the 12th Congress, quote, to take away 9/10 of the power of the all-union commissariats and hand them over to the national republics, end quote. Quote, principles never exerted any influence over Stalin, end quote, wrote Trotsky in his biography. Quote, and on the national question perhaps less than any other. The immediate administrative task always loomed before Stalin as greater than all the laws of history, end quote. Trotsky. At the 12th Congress, Stalin maintained that the, quote, primary task, end quote, was the, quote, strengthening of the rule of the workers, end quote, i.e. of the state, quote, and only after this comes the second question, ... the national question, end quote. In this conflict with Stalin, the opposition case was hopeless. Although a close friend of Trotsky, and knowing that he had behind him Lenin's memorandum on the national question, Rakovsky lost the vote at the Congress, which was heavily dominated by supporters of Stalin and the central apparatus. In November of the previous year, Rakovsky had proposed the formation in the central government of a second chamber where the nationalities would be represented. Stalin opposed this at the time, but under pressure from Lenin he accepted it, and the Soviet of Nationalities was formed in February 1923. At the 12th Congress, Rakovsky pointed out that the RSFSR had 3 times as many representatives in the second chamber as the remaining 3 republics put together. He therefore proposed a constitutional arrangement of the Congress, according to which no republic would have more than 2/5 of the total representatives. Stalin brushed this aside as quote, organizational fetishism, end quote, and had it voted down. In July, Stalin's new centralist constitution of the Union was officially ratified. Rakovsky wrote at the time, in one of his last articles as head of the Ukrainian government, quote, a new era in Soviet development, end quote. Number 3 in this volume. Quote, if by centralism one must understand the concentration of power in the hands of a single central organization and the transformation of the popular masses into a docile instrument destined to execute the orders of the central power. If by centralism one must understand the elimination of initiative, of economic, political, and administrative independence, if by centralism one must understand this dead bureaucratic centralization, which is synonymous with tyranny, then, evidently, there is no greater enemy of Soviet power than centralism. ... Against such centralization, communists will always fight with the greatest resolve. End quote. Rakovsky. During the 2 months after the 12th Congress, Stalin replaced important leaders in the Ukraine who were loyal to Rakovsky. On the 6th of July, 1923, the Times announced that the next Soviet ambassador to Britain, replacing L.B. Krasin, was Christian Rakovsky. Soviet diplomat, 1923-7. When Rakovsky was appointed ambassador to Britain in 1923, the main objective of Soviet diplomacy was to break down the isolation of the USSR, and by means of trade and commercial relations with the capitalist countries, to begin to overcome the enormous economic difficulties resulting from the Civil War and the War of Intervention. Because of his personal qualities and international experience and reputation, Rakovsky was best suited to take on this task. The Soviet Republic in its early years had few competent diplomats of the quality of Joffe, Joffe, and Rakovsky. Let's see if you can find anything for Joffe. Adolf Joffe, Joffe. Adolf Joffe was a Russian revolutionary, a Bolshevik politician, and Soviet diplomat of Karaite descent. What the hell is Karaite? An ethnic group, Jewish ethnic group in the Crimea. The early Bolsheviks had very few diplomats with the culture, education, and diplomatic veneer, which could fit them gracefully into the salons and smoking jackets of still aristocratically dominated diplomatic circles of Western Europe. Quote, savages like the, quote, babes of the wood, end quote, in a Drury Lane pantomime, end quote, was how the British representative described the Bolshevik delegates to the Genoa Conference. These, quote, provincial conspirators, end quote, who had lived most of their lives outside the law, not to mention the salon, were received with disdain and mistrust in the negotiating rooms of Europe. Quote, the diplomats, end quote, wrote Rakovsky, quote, take 3 steps backward whenever we approach them, end quote. It was as an equal, however, that Christian Rakovsky confronted the leaders of bourgeois Europe. The, quote, ambassador of the revolution, end quote, as Trotsky called Rakovsky, was already perfectly at ease in the political and cultural centers of the West. A cosmopolitan who spoke most of the languages of Western and Eastern Europe, himself of an aristocratic family, Rakovsky had a profound and sympathetic understanding of the history, culture, and politics of the countries of Europe. The French statesman de Montcy wrote in a tribute to Rakovsky when the latter was ambassador to France that, quote, the principal quality of this exceptional diplomat is perfect ease, as if he considered himself at home everywhere, end quote. Although his transfer to the diplomatic service was a clear maneuver to get him out of the way, he carried out his task as Soviet representative with great skill and ingenuity. When appointed in 1923, Rakovsky already had behind him a great deal of experience as negotiator and diplomat. Lenin had chosen him in 1918 to negotiate with the Ukrainian Rada in Kharkov and later directly with the Germans in Berlin. It was also Rakovsky who had negotiated the agreement with Lithuania. At the beginning of February 1922, while still head of the Ukrainian government, Rakovsky went to Berlin where he made contact with both the Germans and French with a view to finding out their attitude towards any agreement with the Soviet Union. That same month, he sent a long report to the Bolshevik leadership in Moscow, in which he proposed a Soviet strategy of economic and political alliance with Germany and Turkey, to be followed by a treaty between these two countries and France. The conflict between Germany and the Allies, as a result of the unfavorable conditions imposed on Germany by the Treaty of Versailles, created an opening which the Soviet Union could exploit. At the beginning of 1922, on the initiative of Lloyd George, Britain, France, and Italy had called for a conference to be held in Genoa to settle the question of German reparations and relations with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was invited to participate in the conference. The economic and political reforms introduced in Russia in 1921, the new economic policy, entailing a revision of the Bolshevik attitudes towards domestic capitalism, awakened the hope among French and British capitalists that a weakened and exhausted Bolshevik regime would have to surrender to the demands of foreign capital on the question of private ownership, investment, and repayment of loans. The Allies promised Russia de jure recognition and economic assistance, provided there was agreement on the questions of ownership, debts, legal reform, and withdrawal of, quote, subversive propaganda, end quote. The invitation to the Genoa Conference was an important gain for the Soviets because of the international recognition it entailed, but the Bolshevik leaders differed in their estimates of the possible outcome of the conference for Russia. Radek was very optimistic and believed that the demand for recognition of Tsarist debts was simply a tactical move. At the meetings between the Bolshevik leaders, which took place in February 1922 in Moscow, Rakovsky, supported by Alexander Kollontai and Shlepnikov, adopted a hard line on the question of concessions in opposition to Chicherin and Lenin. Who's Chicherin again? Georgy Chicherin, who lived from 1872 to 1936, was a Russian Marxist revolutionary and a Soviet politician who served as the first People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs in the Soviet government from March 1918 to July 1930. Back to the text. Quote, "Our old problem," end quote, Rakovsky wrote on the eve of the conference, quote, "is to hold out, not to count on a loan on credits that might come after the Genoa Conference. We must not forget that we are still passing through a revolutionary epoch. We must look to ourselves for remedies for our own ills. We ourselves must fight the famine and the breakdown of our transportation system, and we must make our Red Army even stronger, because this is our only support," end quote. Christian Rakovsky. Rakovsky did not believe that the conference would come to agreement with Soviet Russia. Quote, "They will present us with outrageous demands. We shall naturally be unable to accept these demands because in their basic conception they defy the revolutionary masses of the Soviet Republic. We shall sign no commitments that would violate the basic laws of the Soviet Republic, the laws nationalizing the land and giving the state monopoly of industry and foreign trade," end quote. Rakovsky saw some hope, however, in the contradictions that existed between the capitalist powers. Quote, "There is no doubt that they do not all think alike. Conditions differ. Some are anxious to start trade with us immediately. Others are more interested in various reparations," end quote. Rakovsky. The negotiations which Rakovsky had carried out in Berlin with the German leaders in February 1922 were renewed again in March when the Soviet delegation arrived in Berlin en route to Genoa. The delegation led by Chicherin included Rakovsky, Yoffa, Radek, Krasin, and Litvinov. A treaty between Germany and Russia was drawn up, energetically supported by Baron von Maltzen, chief of the eastern section of the German Foreign Office. But the treaty was not signed because of Rathenau's hesitation, although the Soviets pressed for it. It says Walter Rathenau He lived from 1867 to 1922, was a German industrialist, writer, and politician who served as Foreign Minister of Germany from February to June 1922. Rathenau was the son of Emil Rathenau, a prominent Jewish businessman and founder of the electrical engineering company Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, AEG. After obtaining a doctorate in physics from the University of Berlin, Walter Rathenau held a number of industry positions before joining the AEG board, establishing himself as a leading industrialist in the late German Empire. In 1915, Walter Rathenau became the chairman of AEG upon his father's death. During the First World War, Walter Rathenau was heavily involved in the organization of the German war economy and headed the War Raw Materials Department. After the war, Walter Rathenau helped found the German Democratic Party and was an influential figure in the post-war Weimar Republic. In 1921, Walter Rathenau was appointed Minister of Reconstruction by Chancellor Joseph Wirth, and a year later, he became foreign minister. Rathenau negotiated the 1922 Treaty of Rapallo, which normalized relations and strengthened economic ties between Germany and Soviet Russia. The agreement, along with Rathenau's insistence that Germany fulfill its obligations under the Treaty of Versailles, led right-wing nationalist groups, including an ascent Nazi party, to brand Walter Rathenau a member of a Jewish communist conspiracy. 2 months after the signing of the treaty, Rathenau was assassinated by the ultranationalist parliamentary group Organisation Council in Berlin. Rathenau's death was followed by national mourning as well as widespread demonstrations against counter-revolutionary terrorism, which briefly strengthened the Weimar Republic. Walter Rathenau came to be viewed as a democratic martyr during the Weimar era. Following the Nazi seizure of power in 1933, all commemorations of Walter Rathenau were systematically banned. That was actually a very interesting little piece of information. I'm glad I read that. Sometimes you read the things about people, the little entries about people, and it's boring. But that was interesting. Genoa became what the London Times, back to the text, Genoa became what the London Times called, quote, a stage for the Bolsheviks, end quote. Rakovsky was in charge of public relations for the Soviet side. The negotiators proceeded in secret, but at first in the hall at the hotel and later, because of the larger crowds, in the auditorium at the University of Genoa. Rakovsky organized daily conferences. These weren't just press conferences, but large public forums which attracted an increasingly large number of persons, including the many journalists covering the conference. These daily forums, which were reported extensively in the Western press, provided Rakovsky with a rare opportunity to present the Bolshevik case to world public opinion. In impeccable French, he not only explained the viewpoint of the Soviet Union, but expounded also on the lessons of European history, especially the French Revolution and international political relations. The Genoa conference broke up on the second day into 4 commissions. Rakovsky was the Soviet delegate responsible for the Finance Commission, which dealt with the key question of economic aid, loans, and debts. But it is for Rakovsky's role as mediator between the Soviet and German delegations that Rakovsky is most remembered. As the secret negotiations between the Soviets and the Allies continued in the Villa Albertus, the German delegation, which was excluded from these deliberations, feared a deal between the Allies and the Russians concerning German reparations. On the third day, Rakovsky and Jaffa met with von Maltzen in a Genoese cafe and talked again about the treaty that had been left unsigned in Berlin. The next day, Easter Sunday, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rakovsky telephoned von Maltzen. Rakovsky gave the Germans to understand that the negotiations with the British and the French in the Villa Albertis were proceeding favorably, but held out the final offer of a separate treaty with Germany. In this way, and before it could become clear that the Genoa talks had broken down, by playing on German fears of an Allied Soviet understanding, Rakovsky and the Soviets drew the Germans to the signing table. That same night, the famous party took place at the Soviet headquarters in Rapallo, which led to the signing of the Rapallo Treaty. one of the greatest diplomatic coups of all time, and an event which robbed the capitalist powers of one of their most effective weapons against the Soviet regime, pressure by isolation. In his brochure, England and Russia, Rakovsky later described how they had, quote, almost danced a quadrille, end quote, at Genoa with Lloyd George and the Germans. One second. Let me get a drink of coffee. The Treaty of Rapallo was an agreement signed on the 16th of April 1922 between the German Reich and Soviet Russia, under which both renounced all territorial and financial claims against each other and opened friendly diplomatic relations. The treaty was negotiated by Russian Foreign Minister Georgy Chicherin and German Foreign Minister Walter Rathenau. It was a major victory for Russia especially, and also Germany, and a major disappointment to France and the United Kingdom. The term, quote, spirit of Rapallo, end quote, was used for an improvement in friendly relations between Germany and Russia. The treaty was signed in Rapallo. Ratifications were exchanged in Berlin on the 31st of January 1923 and registered in League of Nations Treaty Series on the 19th of September 1923. The treaty did not include any military provisions, but secret military cooperation was already scheduled between Germany and Russia, which was a violation of the Treaty of Versailles. A supplementary agreement signed in Berlin on the 5th of November extended the treaty to cover Germany's relations with the other Soviet republics of Ukraine, Belarus, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. Ratifications were exchanged in Berlin on the 26th of October, 1923, and the supplementary protocol was registered in League of Nations Treaty Series on the 18th of July, 1924. The agreement was reaffirmed by the Treaty of Berlin, 1926. Hey, no barking. Eddie, what's going on? It's okay. Putting in air conditioning. It's gonna be hot. Okay, so back to the text. The capitalist world which Rakovsky entered in 1923 as ambassador of revolution was a hostile and also a dangerous one. In Britain, the conservative government carried on a relentless campaign against the Bolsheviks and maintained the constant threat of intervention. In March 1923, the failure of the workers' uprising in Germany was a blow to the hopes of the Bolsheviks for the spread of the revolution in Europe and gave further encouragement to interventionist currents in the West. In Britain, the Soviet representative in 1923 had been Krasin. Both Trotsky and Chicherin, however, were not satisfied with Krasin's role. At the end of March 1923, the Soviets proposed that his place should be taken by V.V. Vorovsky. Vorovsky had a background... let me check that out. V.V. Vorovsky. Who the hell is that? Václavovich Vorovsky. Now that is a name. He lived from 1871 to 1923, was a Russian Bolshevik Marxist revolutionary, literary critic, publicist, and Soviet diplomat. One of the first Soviet diplomats, Vorovsky is best remembered as the victim of a May 1923 political assassination in Lausanne, Switzerland, where he was the official representative of the Soviet government to the Conference of Lausanne. So, he dies. I guess that's a spoiler. Both Trotsky and Chicherin, however, were not satisfied with Krasin's role, and at the end of March 1923, the Soviets proposed that his place should be taken by V.V. Vorovsky. Vorovsky had a background similar in many respects to that of Christian Rakovsky and Adolf Joffe. V.V. Vorovsky spoke many languages, was a brilliant publicist and orator, and was a long-standing friend of Christian Rakovsky, with whom in Sweden in 1918, V.V. Vorovsky had produced Voice of the Russian Revolution. In 1923, V.V. Vorovsky was Soviet representative in Italy. At the Lausanne conference, which he attended with Rakovsky that same year, Vorovsky was assassinated. Krassen's job went to Rakovsky. The furor over... Sorry, one second. The furor over... The furor over the Kherson ultimatum had barely died down when the news of Rakovsky's appointment was announced. This immediately aroused great indignation and protest in Britain, both in Parliament and in the press. On the 6th of August 1923, the Times reported a speech to the Ukrainian Central Committee on the 15th of July of that same year. Quote, Mr. Rakovsky's speech, explanations demanded from Moscow, end quote, in which he said, quote, the force of the national movement developing in its colonies has reduced Great Britain to the status of Austria-Hungary. The dissolution and dismemberment of the British Empire is only a matter of time, end quote. Rakovsky. Rakovsky was also alleged to have called on the Communist International to, quote, revolutionize the British Isles, end quote. The campaign against Rakovsky, mounted by the conservatives in Parliament and by the press, led to the Foreign Office on the 2nd of August suspending Rakovsky's visa. It was not until the end of September 1923 that Christian Rakovsky was able to arrive in Britain 3 months late. One of the main aims of the Soviet foreign policy was to lengthen the, quote, breathing space, end quote, to gain time to build the Soviet economy and strengthen the Soviet state. As Trotsky said to the Moscow Soviet in May 1923, the month of the Kherson ultimatum, quote, we desire peace, above all things, naturally not at the price of a capitulation, not at the price of converting the Soviet Union into a vassal state of foreign capitalists, end quote. Trotsky. Concretely, the Soviet Union wanted de jure recognition as a foundation for firmer trade and economic relations. This recognition was granted by Germany in the Rapallo Treaty, but was opposed by both Britain and France. Shortly after Rakovsky's arrival in Britain, the conservative government of Baldwin failed to win a majority under its Labour and Liberal opponents, and the Labour Party under Ramsay MacDonald formed the first minority Labour government. The Labour Party was committed to de jure recognition, though not unconditionally. During the period between the election and appointment of MacDonald as Prime Minister, important negotiations took place between Ramsay MacDonald and Christian Rakovsky. The new Labour Prime Minister wanted guarantees from the Soviets concerning economic concessions, credits, debts, and so on, but Rakovsky insisted on unconditional recognition. On the 1st of February 1924, the new British government gave full recognition to the USSR and proposed a conference to draw up a treaty which would settle all the outstanding questions between the two countries, particularly concerning credits, debts, and trading relations. The Soviet government agreed, and Rakovsky was named as chief negotiator for the USSR. The Anglo-Soviet Conference opened on the 4th of April 1924 with speeches from Rakovsky and MacDonald. British capitalists who in general opposed de jure recognition now placed stiff demands on the Soviet Republic. Since the main requirements of the Soviets was a British loan, British creditors placed the following conditions on any loan to the communist government: restoration by Russia of private property rights for foreigners, recognition by Russia of private and public debts, drastic changes in the judicial procedure within Russia, a guarantee against the confiscation of private property, restoration of the right of private trade between foreigners in Russia, and the abandonment by the communist government of propaganda against foreign governments. Rakovsky rejected those demands. The Bankers' Memorandum, as it was known, let's see if there's anything for that on the internet. I don't see anything. The banker's memorandum, as it was known, was published in the Times on the 14th of April 1924. In an article published in the Manchester Guardian on the 26th of April, Rakovsky replied to the banker's demands, quote, "The memorandum demands the re-establishment of private property. The memorandum demands the abolition of the monopoly of foreign trade. The memorandum demands a change of our code. Our answer to such an attempt is a categorical, quote, never, end quote, end quote." Christian Rakovsky declared that, quote, "nationalization as a result of revolution is legal, and we must refuse to pay its consequences," end quote. On the question of debts, however, Rakovsky did not adopt a dogmatic position, saying it depended on the type and size of loan the British were willing to make. Nationalization would remain, but concessions could be made to former owners for purposes of investment in production in Russia. The conference lasted until August, when two treaties were signed on the 8th of August, 1929. The Treaty of Commerce and Navigation provided for the restoration of normal trade relations. The Soviet Union would get the benefits of the export credit system and diplomatic immunity from her trade representatives in Britain. The General Treaty provided for a British loan to the Soviet government after claims of British subjects against Russia were settled. This was what Rakovsky wanted, that the claims of private citizens could be settled outside the confines of the conference. Practically all the capitalist owners presented their claims to Rakovsky in London. One Englishwoman wished to call on the Soviet envoy to collect rent for the 3 years he had lived in her house in Kharkov while Prime Minister of the Ukraine. In the meantime, throughout 1924, Rakovsky had also been negotiating with the French the terms of recognition. In June 1924, the radical-led Herriot government here's Herriot. Edouard Marie Herriot, who lived from 1872 to 1957, was a French radical politician, capital R radical, politician of the Third Republic, who served 3 times as prime minister, 1924 to 1925, 1926, 1932, and twice as president of the Chamber of Deputies. He led the first Cartel de Gauche. Under the Fourth Republic, Edouard Herriot served as president of the National Assembly until 1954. A historian by occupation, Herriot was elected to the Académie Française 8th seat in 1946. Edouard Herriot served as mayor of Lyon for more than 45 years, from 1905 until his death, except for a brief period from 1948 to 1945, when Edouard Herriot was exiled to Germany for opposing the Vichy regime. That's Herriot. Back to the text. In June 1924, the radical-led Herriot government came into office in Paris, having defeated the conservative Poincaré at the polls. Herriot was supported by de jure recognition since 1922 and was supported in this by Senator de Montcy. Rakovsky met with Herriot in London in June 1924, where Herriot demanded some guarantees for French bondholders. The treaties being negotiated with Britain were of great concern to the French capitalists, to the extent that the French government of Poincaré actively intervened in the negotiations between Rakovsky and MacDonald. Quote, "As far as debts are concerned," end quote, Poincaré had written to the French ambassador, Poincaré had written to the British ambassador in Paris. I gotta look up Poincaré, I'm sorry. Raymond Poincaré, who lived from 1860 to 1934, was a French statesman who served as President of France from 1913 to 1920 and 3 times as Prime Minister of France. Trained in law, Poincaré was elected deputy in 1887 and served in the cabinets of Dupuy and Ribot. In 1902, Raymond Poincaré co-founded the Democratic-Republican Alliance, the most important center-right party under the Third Republic, becoming prime minister in 1912 and serving as president of the Republic from 1913 to 1920. Raymond Poincaré purged the French government of all opponents and critics and single-handedly controlled French foreign policy from 1912 to the beginning of World War I. Poincaré was noted for his strongly anti-German attitudes, shifting the Franco-Russian alliance from the defensive to the offensive, visiting Russia in 1912 and 1914 to strengthen Franco-Russian relations, and giving France's support for Russian military mobilization during the July crisis of 1914. From 1917, Poincaré exercised less influence as his political rival Georges Clemenceau had become prime minister. At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, Raymond Poincaré advocated Allied occupation of the Rhineland for at least 30 years and French support for Rhenish separatism. In 1922, Poincaré returned to power as prime minister. In 1923, Poincaré ordered the occupation of the Ruhr to enforce payment of German reparations. By this time, Poincaré was seen, especially in the English-speaking world, as an aggressive figure who had helped to cause the war in 1914 and who now favored punitive anti-German policies. Poincaré's government was defeated by the Cartel de Gauche at the elections of 1924. Raymond Poincaré served as a third term as prime minister in 1926 to 1929. Raymond Poincaré was an international member of both the American Philosophical Society and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Nicknamed Le Lion, the Lion, Poincaré is honored as a victorious wartime leader in France. See, that's the kind of person I should know who they are, but I don't. Back to the text. The treaties being negotiated with Britain were of great concern to the French capitalists to the extent that the French government of Poincaré actively intervened in the negotiations between Rakovsky and MacDonald. Quote, as far as debts are concerned, end quote, Poincaré had written to the British ambassador in Paris, quote, there is a material and moral solidarity among all foreign creditors, end quote. Quote, France, end quote, said Rakovsky, quote, tried to participate in the Anglo-Soviet pourparlers with the purpose of changing London into a second Genoa, end quote. Poincaré. No, not Poincaré, Christian Rakovsky. Very different people. The election of Herriot changed the situation, although Herriot, like MacDonald, was no friend of Soviet communism and wanted basically to do a deal with the Soviets which would best serve the interest of French capital. Rakovsky pressed for immediate recognition, which, however, was not forthcoming. In October 1924, de Montmorency came to Dover to discuss with Rakovsky the text in terms of French recognition. These negotiations, in which de Montmorency conceded to Rakovsky all the essential points, led to the French announcement of de jure recognition on 28th of October. Anatole de Montmorency, who lived from 1876 to 1947, was a French administrator, encyclopedist, political figure, and scholar. Anatole de Montmorency's father was a tax collector in Bazas, Gironde, where Anatole, a name he disliked from an early age, was born in 1876. A nurse mishap resulted in an accident where the infant Anatole was lost the proper use of his leg, and he remained crippled for the rest of his life. Anatole never married but had several relationships. A brilliant mind, Anatole de Mancy studied in Agen before attending the Collège Stanislas, a famous Roman Catholic school in Paris, where Anatole de Mancy became friend with writer-to-be Henri de Jouvenel and Roman Catholic activist Marc Sangnier. So that's de Mancy. In October 1924, de Mancy came to Dover to discuss with Rakovsky the text and terms of French recognition. These negotiations, in which de Mancy conceded to Rakovsky all the essential points, led to the French announcement of de jure recognition on the 28th of October, the eve of victory of the Conservatives in the British elections, and a few days after the publication of the Zinoviev letter. Krassin was nominated Soviet ambassador to France. Rakovsky in 1925 was becoming dissatisfied with his exile in London. Since the return of the Conservative government and the disdain with which he was received by Chamberlain, he refused to continue the negotiations with him. Rakovsky looked to France for a new diplomatic opening for the Soviet Union. It was not until November 1925 that Christian Rakovsky became ambassador to the country which he had always felt the closest in Europe, to which he had many deep cultural, political, and personal ties. With Rakovsky's appointment, France now became the center of Soviet diplomatic activities. Before leaving Britain in June 1925, he published in Communist International No. 6, a rather long study on the state of the British economy and class relations, entitled The Decline of the World Shop. The article gives a detailed description of the successive economic crises which had paralyzed different branches of the British economy, particularly mining and textiles. This was a structural or chronic crisis, said Rakovsky, not a passing phase. This was why the ruling class resorted to a policy of reaction which would eventually include the breaking of ties with the Soviet state in order to cut off its own working class from communist influence in the struggles that lay ahead. The general strike which broke out some months later and the breaking off of diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union completely confirmed Rakovsky's analysis. Briand. It says Aristide Briand lived from 1862 to 1932 and was a French statesman who served 11 terms as Prime Minister of France during the French Third Republic. He is mainly remembered for his focus on international issues and reconciliation politics during the interwar period. In 1926, Aristide Briand received the Nobel Peace Prize along with German Foreign Minister Gustav Stresemann for the realization of the Locarno Treaties, which aimed at reconciliation between France and Germany after the First World War. To avoid another worldwide conflict, Aristide Briand was instrumental in the agreement known as the Kellogg-Briand Pact of 1928, as well as to establish a European Union in 1929. However, all his efforts were compromised by the rise of nationalistic and revanchist ideas like Nazism and fascism following the Great Depression. And since the Locarno Treaties were mentioned, I'm going to click that link too. The Locarno Treaties were 7 agreements negotiated in Locarno, Switzerland, from 5th to 16th of October 1925 and formally signed in London on the 1st of December, in which the First World Western European Allied powers and the new states of Central and Eastern Europe sought to secure the post-war territorial settlement in return for normalizing relations with the defeated German Reich, the Weimar Republic. It also stated that Germany would never go to war with the other countries. Locarno divided borders in Europe into two categories: Western, which were guaranteed by the Locarno treaties, and Eastern borders of Germany with Poland, which were open for revision. Okay, so, where am I? Back to the text. The French Foreign Minister, Briand, regarded Locarno as a defeat for France with regard to France's aspirations for German territory. British domination of the League of Nations and the weakness of the French treasury encouraged some political leaders in France to seek a rapprochement with Russia, especially over the issue of debt settlements. Accordingly, shortly after Christian Rakovsky's arrival in Paris, a Franco-Soviet conference was called on the 25th of February, 1926. In France, the same problems over claims and the recognition of Tsarist debts beset the negotiations on trading relations, which Rakovsky now conducted as an ambassador. And again, the French creditors, in the form of the National Association of Russian Bondholders, among others, called for the restoration of private property as a precondition for a French loan. Is there anything for that? Doesn't seem like there's anything for that. Kind of a generic name. And again, the French creditors, in the form of the National Association of Russian Bondholders, among others, called for the restoration of private property as a precondition for a French loan. The conference lasted until the 26th of July, 1926, but did not achieve results. The French government changed 3 times during the negotiations. Under the Briand Caillou government, which took office on the 15th of June, 1926, Rakovsky worked out a draft treaty agreement with de Montcy, which was, however, defeated by the opposition of Poincaré. Joseph Caillou, or Caillou, Caillaux, lived from 1863 to 1944 and was a French politician of the Third Republic. Caillou was a leader of the French Radical Party and Minister of France. But Joseph Caillou's progressive views in opposition to the military alienated Joseph Caillou from conservative elements. Joseph Caillou was accused of corruption but was cleared by a parliamentary commission. This political weakness strengthened the right-wing elements in the Radical Party. Back to the text. Under the Briand Caillou government, which took office on the 15th of June 1926, Rakovsky worked out a draft treaty agreement with de Montcy, which was, however, defeated by the opposition of Poincaré. In 1926, Rakovsky returned to Moscow to attend the plenary meeting of the Central Committee, the one at which Dzerzhinsky died, Iron Felix. When Rakovsky arrived at the airport, Christian Rakovsky was handed a telegram from de Montcy, which informed Rakovsky that he, de Montcy, was now Minister of France in a new government headed by Herriot, that Rakovsky should return to have the draft agreement ratified. Christian Rakovsky rushed back to Paris, but on the day of his arrival, the 2nd of August, the 2-day Herriot government was again out of office. Poincaré again became premier, and the anti-Soviet element in French political life now continued to hold the dominant hand. The prospects of a Franco-Soviet agreement receded as France more firmly integrated itself into the anti-Bolshevik alliance of Locarno. The Soviet government was very pleased with the 2 treaties which Rakovsky had negotiated. Chicherin said that the 2 treaties, quote, recognized the October Revolution as the basis of the Soviet state, end quote, and that they gave the Soviet Union a, quote, advantage that outweighs the sacrifices that we shall have to make as a result of our partial recognition of old debts, end quote. Chicherin. When Christian Rakovsky returned to Moscow after the signing the treaty signing, Rakovsky was received with full honors. On the 20th of August 1924, Izvestia published on its front page an article titled "Rakovsky the Diplomat" by E. Peluso, praising the oppositionist for his diplomatic ability and his successes both at Genoa and in London. The Anglo-Soviet treaties were strongly opposed in London by the Association of British Creditors, by the Federation of British Industries, and by their political spokesmen in the Conservative and Liberal parties. They prepared to bring down the Labour government, and the pretext was found when the latter dropped a court case against the Communist Workers' Weekly for allegedly having called on the British troops to mutiny. On the 8th of October 1924, the parliamentary opposition united to bring down the first Labour government, and elections were set for the 29th of October. De jure recognition and the normalization of trade and commercial relations would only further strengthen the Communist power, and this British capitalist interests were determined to prevent by any means. "No British money must go to build up Soviet Russia" was the main slogan of the opposition. The means chosen to defeat the Labour government and the Anglo-Soviet treaties was the very effective though somewhat shabby forgery, the Zinoviev letter. I forget what the Zinoviev letter is. Wikipedia says the Zinoviev letter was a fake document published and sensationalized by the British Daily Mail newspaper 4 days before the 1924 United Kingdom general election, which was held on the 29th of October. The letter purported to be a directive from Grigory Zinoviev, the head of the Communist International, Comintern in Moscow, to the Communist Party of Great Britain, ordering it to engage in seditious activities. It stated that the normalization of British-Soviet relations under a Labour Party government would radicalize the British working class and bring the Communist Party Great Britain in a favorable position to pursue a Bolshevik-style revolution. It further suggested that these effects would extend throughout the British Empire. The right-wing press depicted the letter as a grave foreign subversion of British politics and blamed the incumbent Labour government under Ramsay MacDonald for promoting the policy of political reconciliation and open trade with the Soviet Union, on which the scheme appeared to depend. The election resulted in the fall of the first Labour government and a strong victory for the Conservative Party and the continued collapse of the Liberal Party. Labour supporters often blamed the letter, at least in part, for their party's defeat. The Zinoviev letter was widely taken to be authentic upon publication and for some time afterwards, but historians now agree that the Zinoviev letter was a forgery. The Zinoviev letter perhaps aided the Conservative Party by hastening the ongoing collapse of the Liberal Party vote, which in turn produced a Conservative landslide. A.J.P. Taylor argued that the letter's most important impact was on the mindset of Labourites, who for years afterwards blamed foul play for their defeat, thereby misunderstanding the political forces at work and postponing what Taylor regarded as the necessary reforms in the Labour Party. So that's the Zinoviev letter. Back to the text, I'll repeat that. The means chosen to defeat the Labour government and the Anglo-Soviet treaties was the very effective though somewhat shabby forgery, the Zinoviev letter. A few days before the elections, the British press published a letter which they claimed had been written by the Comintern leader Zinoviev to leaders of the British Communist Party, calling for an armed insurrection in Britain. The influence of this infamous piece of forgery, as it was subsequently proven to be, on the elections was shattering. The Conservatives won the election, gaining 40 seats, the Labour and Liberal parties between them getting less than 200. The Zinoviev letter was, of course, only one of many such attempts to undermine the Bolshevik government. It was the most famous and most effective, for it decisively influenced the outcome of the elections, the fate of the newly negotiated treaties, and the course of Anglo-Soviet relations for many years to come. Although the Zinoviev letter has been the subject of much speculation even to the present day, especially among commentators who still wish to see it in it the hand of communist intrigue, very little of substance has been added to the position taken by Rakovsky when he heard of the letter and realized its impact on the aims of Soviet policy in Britain. In a note to MacDonald on the 25th of October 1924, Rakovsky rejected the Zinoviev letter as a forgery, quote, intended to arouse British public opinion against the Soviet Union and to frustrate the efforts being made by both countries to establish durable and friendly relations, end quote. Trotsky pointed out that, quote, not only the contents, but also the heading and signature of the document prove that it is the work of malicious individuals who are inadequately familiar with the Constitution of the Communist International. In circulars of the Communist International, it is never described as the, quote, Third Communist International, end quote, for the simple reason that there has never been a First or Second Communist International. The signature is a familiarly clumsy forgery. Similarly clumsy forgery. M. Zinoviev is made to sign himself as president of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, whereas Zinoviev is and always signs himself as, quote, the president of the Executive Committee, end quote, end quote. Rakovsky. Rakovsky pointed out that the British government had admitted having never seen the original of the letter, and he called for an independent investigation. In a letter to the new conservative government on the 28th of November 1924, Christian Rakovsky maintained that the forgery had originated in counter-revolutionary émigré circles in the West. Rakovsky later told Louis Fisher, who's Louis Fisher? Louis Fisher, who lived from 1896 to 1970, was an American journalist. Among his works were a contribution to the ex-communist treaty, The God That Failed, 1949, The Life of Mahatma Gandhi, 1950, basis for the Academy Award-winning film Gandhi, as well as Life of Lenin, which won the 1965 National Book Award in History and Biography. So back to the text. Christian Rakovsky later told Louis Fisher that an official of international repute in the Quai d'Orsay had informed him that the Zinoviev letter was a Polish forgery produced in collusion with Russian émigrés and placed at the disposal of the British, who used it to bring down the Labour government and block the Anglo-Soviet treaties. One of the first acts of the new conservative government was to nullify the treaties. De jure recognition remained, as well as the trade agreements of 1921. Rakovsky was also becoming more and more of an embarrassment to the French government. In February 1927, Rakovsky again took up in public the issue of an agreement and pressed for the resumption of negotiations. In March, he made proposals to de Montcy, which went a long way towards satisfying French claims. It was now clear that only political motivations and the anti-Soviet hostility of the Poincaré government blocked the signing of an agreement. But the working class and a considerable number of small bondholders among the French petty bourgeoisie wanted an agreement. In April 1927, Rakovsky made public his proposals in the Paris Ouvre, which, employing the tested Bolshevik tactic of talking to the masses over the heads of the negotiators. Just as he had in Britain, Rakovsky now succeeded in injecting the issue of the agreement into French internal politics. Rakovsky's ability to do this, to make the demands and interests of Soviet foreign policy a factor in the political life of the country, which the bourgeois governments were forced to take into account, was one of the qualities which made Rakovsky, in the words of E. H. Carr, quote, the greatest Soviet diplomat of the 20s, end quote. The question of the agreement with the Soviet Union now threatened to become an issue in the forthcoming French elections, which the left and the radicals could use against the Poincaré government, so the French decided to get rid of Rakovsky. Rakovsky's role in foreign negotiations was also a factor in the inter-party struggle in the Soviet Union, where Rakovsky was one of the recognized leaders of the Trotskyist opposition. Until 1926, the opposition had favored conciliation in negotiations with the French, since Russia would be negotiating from a position of strength as regards the world situation, the British general strike, the developing Chinese Revolution, and the French inflationary and governmental crisis. At that time, however, Stalin was advocating a hard line and opposing a settlement. In 1927, however, when Rakovsky again took up the issue with the Poincaré government, the world situation had changed. The defeat of the general strike and the rupture with Britain, but above all the defeat of the Chinese Revolution, meant that the Soviet Union was now bargaining from weakness and couldn't afford to make any new concessions. But Stalin, true to form, as the man who, in Trotsky's words, customarily sang wedding songs at funerals and dirges at weddings, now advocated a conciliatory line. In the Central Committee, Stalin tried to play off Rakovsky against Trotsky. Trotsky wrote to Rakovsky and asked Rakovsky to keep in mind that his role in Paris had become an issue in the inter-party struggle. Caught between the French desire to get rid of him and Stalin's desire to use him against Trotsky and the opposition to which he was deeply devoted, Rakovsky was in a delicate and difficult position. It was in this situation that the French government found its equivalent to the British, quote, Zinoviev letter, end quote, which they proceeded to use to their own ends. In August 1927, Rakovsky had signed a declaration of the opposition, which, among other things, called on the workers and soldiers in the capitalist countries to rise up and defend the Soviet Union in the case of war. The declaration was also signed by Kamenev, who was at that time Soviet ambassador in Rome. That the Soviet ambassador in France should sign a declaration calling on French soldiers to mutiny immediately provoked a storm of protest. Big capitalist interests in France, especially oil interests, Royal Dutch Shell and others, were violently opposed to a deal with the Soviet Union. Shell feared the creation of a French oil monopoly operating with oil provided by the Soviet Union. Shell also controlled one of the French papers. A vicious press campaign was carried out against Rakovsky during August and September 1927. On the 16th of September, Litvinov, Assistant Commissar of Soviet Foreign Affairs, made a statement to the press condemning the French campaign. I forget who Litvinov is. Maxim Litvinov, who lived from 1876 to 1951, was a Russian revolutionary, prominent Soviet statesman and diplomat who served as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs from 1930 to 1939. Litvinov was an advocate for diplomatic agreements leading to disarmament, and was influential in making the Soviet Union a party to the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact. Maxim Litvinov was responsible for the 1928 Litvinov Protocol, a multilateral agreement to implement the Kellogg-Briand Pact between the Soviet Union and several neighboring states. In 1930, Litvinov was appointed People's Commissar of Foreign Affairs, the highest diplomatic position in the USSR. During the 1930s, Litvinov advocated the official Soviet policy of collective security with Western powers against Nazi Germany. So that's Maxim Litvinov. Back to the text. On the 16th of September, Maxim Litvinov, Assistant Commissar of Foreign Affairs, made a statement to the press condemning the French campaign. Only the most naive people, end quote, he said, quote, or international political deceivers can say that the anti-Soviet campaign in France is directed against our present plenipotentiary representative there, Comrade Christian Rakovsky, personally for having signed the well-known declaration of the opposition. Clearly, the incident serves only as a pretext. Reactionary French circles have another aim in the campaign they have started, namely to end Soviet-French relations and negotiations concerning debts, end quote. Maxim Litvinov. On the 7th of October 1927, the French government declared Rakovsky persona non grata and demanded Christian Rakovsky's recall. Trotsky, according... What's going on, Eddie? Hey! Goofy dogs. Trotsky, according to Deutsche, maintained that Stalin played a disloyal game over Rakovsky's recall, and that the Soviet Foreign Office should have told Briand bluntly not to meddle in internal affairs of the Bolshevik Party. Rakovsky, however, wanted to return to Russia. When he was officially asked to assume the leadership of the Soviet delegation to the Geneva Preliminary Disarmament Commission, a job which Litvinov later took on, Rakovsky refused because he wanted to participate more actively in the opposition struggle in the Soviet Union. Trotsky, too, was glad to have his old friend and collaborator back. Stalin had managed to have Christian Rakovsky out of the country from 1923 to 1927, 4 years that were crucial for the Soviet Union and for the opposition struggle. With Christian Rakovsky's removal from France, diplomatic relations between the two countries ceased for all practical purposes. According to Fisher, quote, if the personality of Christian Rakovsky in truth prevented a debt agreement between France and the Soviet Union, his removal should have facilitated a settlement. As a matter of fact, however, the debt and pact negotiations ended with Rakovsky's departure and were not resumed. Rakovsky had been successful in keeping them in the fore and in the public eye. Rakovsky's successor was given no such opportunity. Christian Rakovsky, the French said, had been a full, bright light. Christian Rakovsky's successor must be a veilleuse de nuit, a dimmed nightlight, end quote. Louis Fisher. Opposition. Jesus Christ. Is it bad to, like, not be sick but constantly have phlegm in your throat? Like, I feel like I've had, like, boogers in the back of my throat for a month. What do you think that is? You think I have cancer? I probably have cancer. Anyway, on Rakovsky's way back to Moscow, Rakovsky stopped in Berlin to discuss opposition tactics with Kamenev and Kerestinsky. Kamenev had come from Rome and was also on his way to the plenum of the Central Committee. Rakovsky and Kamenev argued in favor of direct action, appeals to the masses, demonstrations, and distribution of leaflets. Kerestinsky believed that the opposition should continue to maneuver. Later that year in 1927, Kerestinsky wrote a letter to Trotsky criticizing opposition tactics, and in April 1928, Kerestinsky wrote a letter to the Central Committee publicly detaching himself from the left opposition. I don't know how my internet's going to work out here, but we can see if I can look things up. It looks like I can look this up. Nikolai Nikolaevich Kerestinsky lived from 1883 to 1938. Nikolai Kerestinsky was a Soviet Bolshevik revolutionary and politician who served as the responsible secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Born in Mogilev to a Ukrainian family, Kerestinsky studied law at St. Petersburg Imperial University, where Kerestinsky embraced revolutionary politics. Kerestinsky became a member of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, RSDLP, in 1903, and 2 years later, Kerestinsky supported Vladimir Lenin's Bolshevik faction following the RSDLP split. Repeatedly arrested, Krastinsky was exiled to the Urals in 1914, shortly before the outbreak of the First World War. After the 1917 February Revolution brought an end to the monarchy, Krastinsky led the Bolsheviks in Yekaterinburg before returning to Petrograd. Krastinsky was named People's Commissar for Finance and elected to the first Politburo. After the death of Yakov Sverdlov, Krastinsky also served as responsible secretary of the Russian Communist Party. Krastinsky was an ally of Leon Trotsky and supported the left opposition. With the rise of Joseph Stalin, Krastinsky gradually fell from power and lost his position in the government, save for his post as Soviet ambassador to Germany. Krastinsky eventually repudiated his opposition and capitulated to Stalin. Nikolai Krastinsky was arrested in 1937 in the Great Purge and in charge of treason. Krastinsky was found guilty in the 1938 trial of the 21 and executed. Back to the text. The opposition now plunged itself into activity in preparation for the 15th Party Congress. And the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, Rakovsky, along with Kamenev and Radek, spoke to the Moscow Komsomol organization on the 26th of October 1927 in defense of the opposition platform. But it was to the Ukraine that Rakovsky went in the autumn of 1927 to organize the opposition there. A large number of party members in the Ukraine were loyal to Rakovsky, and the regions of Kiev and Odessa were strong centers of the Trotskyist opposition. The Zinoviev opposition had very little support in the Ukraine. The permanent leader of the Trotskyist opposition in the Ukraine was Yuri Kotsibinsky, an old friend of Rakovsky, whom he had appointed in 1922 as the chief of the Ukrainian mission in Vienna. I want to look at some things here. The 15th Congress of the All-Union Communist Party Bolsheviks was held during the 20-19 December 1927 in Moscow. It was attended by 898 delegates with a casting vote and 771 with a consultative vote. The Congress ended an inter-party struggle, as Leon Trotsky, Grigory Zinoviev, and other opponents of Joseph Stalin were expelled from the party. Back to the text. Wait, hold on. Yuri Mikhailovich Kotsiubinsky, who lived from 1896 to 1937, was a Bolshevik politician, activist, member of the Soviet government in Ukraine, and one of the co-founders of the Red Cossacks Army of the Ukrainian Soviet Republic. Back to the text. Some of the better-known Trotskyist leaders in the Ukraine were Holubenko, Lifshitz, Rozengans, V. Asem, Dashkovsky, and Labanov. In the spring of 1927, some of the Ukrainian oppositions had published a, quote, platform of 83, end quote. Not seeing anything for the platform of 83. They had sent representatives into over 20 localities, organizing support groups, circles, and meetings, and distributing their literature not only among party members, but also among non-party workers. The platform of 83 had been signed by N. Gordon, T. Karachko, S. Schreiber, and also by Dashkovsky, who was also the author of another opposition document, the Platform of 15. At the beginning of 1926, a clandestine committee of the Trotskyist opposition was set up in Kharkov, consisting of 7 members. This center had contact with the opposition in Moscow. In Kharkov, there were also 4 district committees, each consisting of 3 members. Centers of the opposition were also established in Kiev, Odessa, Nikolaev, Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson. In all of those cities, regional committees had been established consisting of 5 or 7 members. The opposition in the Ukraine was very active and well equipped. They had printing machines, 4 copying presses, and a duplicator. To prepare for the 10th anniversary of the revolution and to strengthen the opposition in the Ukraine was Rakovsky's task as he toured the opposition centers in the autumn of 1927. The opposition strategy was to make, quote, an appeal to the masses, end quote, to take part in the official celebrations in such a way as to bring the opposition's ideas and demands to the attention of the masses. But this extension of the opposition's activities beyond the ranks of the party was not limited to the 10th anniversary celebrations. In the Ukraine, Rakovsky organized the clandestine production of leaflets which were distributed among the workers in the factories of Kharkov, Kiev, and Odessa. When Rakovsky arrived in the Ukraine, Rakovsky immediately began to visit the industrial centers and to speak at factory meetings in places like Dnipropetrovsk, Zaporozhye, and Kharkov. In the General Electricity Combine in Kharkov, he spoke to an assembly of 4,000 workers. In Zaporozhye, I don't know how to fucking say this. Zaporzhye. Rakovsky spoke to the party cell in the Communard factory. In his speech in this factory, he explained the opposition criticism of the 5-year plan and spoke about the threat of unemployment and the drop in living standards which faced the working class in the Soviet Union. The turn of the opposition to open activity among the non-party masses, especially in the Ukraine, prompted a stepping up of the harassment tactics employed by the party apparatus and a mobilization of party members against the opposition. In his report to the 15th Party Congress in December 1927, Kaganovich reported how the party apparatus, confronted with the, quote, subversive, end quote, activities of Rakovsky, began a massive mobilization to disrupt and stem the opposition activities. This took the form of organized disruption and abuse at all meetings where Rakovsky or other oppositionists were speaking. I just found a book, actually. I'm taking a Soviet history class right now in college, and I have to write a historiography of Trotsky. That's what I agreed to do. And one of the things that I realized that when I was looking up books to include in this historiography, one of them was a recent book by a person, I don't remember their name, but it's an academic book, but it's about intimidation of oppositionists within the Bolshevik Party, starting by the mainstream, I guess, of the party, beginning in the early 1920s and maybe even the late 19-teens. Anyway, on the 5th of November, Rakovsky was invited to speak at the special session of the Kharkov Soviet called to commemorate the anniversary of the revolution. When Rakovsky spoke, defending the positions of the opposition, Rakovsky was interrupted by shouts, stamping of feet, and whistling until it became impossible for Rakovsky to continue his speech. At this official session, there were foreign visitors, social democrats, and non-party people. Turning to them as he left the rostrum in anger, Rakovsky said, quote, "You see how, among us, the representatives of the working class are allowed to speak. This is social fascism," end quote. Rakovsky. Such scenes as this became more frequent as the Stalinist apparatus, during the month of November, organized almost 1,000 meetings in the Ukraine to prosecute the attack on the opposition. In Moscow and Leningrad, the opposition's public appeal during the anniversary celebrations was violently oppressed. Victor Serge described how in Leningrad the opposition contingent in the parade was surrounded by the militia, dispersed, abused, and beaten. In Moscow, when the opposition unfurled its banners in front of the Lenin Mausoleum, they were torn to shreds by commandos. Beyond Red Square, the opposition was attacked with truncheons and dispersed or arrested. Shots were fired as Trotsky tried to address the crowd, and the windscreen of his car was smashed. On the 14th of November, the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission convened for an extraordinary session, expelled Trotsky and Zinoviev from the party. Rakovsky, along with Kamenev, Zmilga, and Evdokimov, were expelled from the Central Committee. In mid-November, Rakovsky received a telegram in the Ukraine informing him of Yofa's suicide, and Rakovsky returned to Moscow. Rakovsky was replaced in the Ukraine by Voyovich, V-O-Y-A space V-U-Y-U-V-I-C-H. One second, sorry. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. A Yugoslav who was also the secretary of the Rakovsky was replaced in the Ukraine by Voja Vujovic, a Yugoslav who was also the secretary of the Youth International. In his position, he was, with Rakovsky, a member of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. At a meeting of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, or the IKKI, which lasted from 9:30 p.m. to 5 o'clock a.m. on the 27th of September 1927, Trotsky, Rakovsky, and Vujovic were expelled from the IKKI, or the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The motion to expel Trotsky was moved by J.T. Murphy, quote, a long-standing but undistinguished member of the Communist Party of Great Britain, end quote. Vujovic took Rakovsky's place in November and began to collect signatures for a declaration of protest against the expulsion of Trotsky and Zinoviev. In the election of delegates and in the voting in the Ukraine leading up to the Fifth Party Congress, the official statistics of the Stalinist apparatus say that 10% voted in favor of the opposition theses. Footnote, or not footnote, this is Wikipedia. I looked up J.T. Murphy. John Thomas Murphy lived from 1888 to 1965. John Thomas Murphy was a British trade union organizer and communist functionary. J.T. Murphy is best remembered as leader of the communist labor movement in the United Kingdom from the middle 1920s until his resignation from the Communist Party of Great Britain in 1932. Back to the text. Where am I? Vujovic took Rakovsky's place in November and began to collect signatures for a declaration of protest against the expulsion of Trotsky and Zinoviev. In the election of delegates and in the voting in the Ukraine leading up to the 15th Party Congress, the official statistics of the Stalinist apparatus say that 10% voted in favor of the opposition theses. Rakovsky was the official opposition spokesman at the 15th Party Congress, which opened on the 2nd of December 1927. It lasted 3 weeks and was wholly preoccupied with the schism. The Congress saw the end of the united opposition of Trotsky and Zinoviev. On the 10th of December, Kamenev, Bakayev, and Evdokimov, on behalf of the Zinoviev wing, announced their final acceptance of all decisions reached by the Congress. The Trotskyists now stood alone. Rakovsky's speech, number 6 in this volume, dealt again with the international situation of the revolution and of the Soviet state. The 15th Congress was in danger, said Rakovsky, of repeating the same mistake of the 14th Congress, which had said in its resolution that, quote, the respite, the peaceful cohabitation of the USSR with the capitalist states, end quote, would be consolidated and extended. But within a few months, he pointed out, this was followed by the defeat of the Chinese Revolution and the breaking of relations with Britain. He said that Stalin's speech to the 15th Congress had, quote, enumerated the achievements of the last 2 years, including the liquidation of the Swiss incident, and as if to balance this, he spoke of the defeat in China, the Anglo-Soviet rupture, and the recent conflict with France, end quote. In a statement which provoked commotion at the Congress, Rakovsky declared, quote, these two magnitudes are not comparable. I say further that even if we had maintained diplomatic relations with Britain, even if we had not had the conflict with France, the defeat of the Chinese Revolution created such an unfavorable situation for us that we may say that it fully counterbalances all gains in our foreign affairs, end quote. Rakovsky also challenged Stalin's claim that there was a constant growth abroad of working-class support for the Soviet Union. Taking the example of Britain, Rakovsky pointed out the, quote, passivity and indifference, end quote, which the British working class have reacted to the breaking off of diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. Quote, side by side with the increasing communist vote, we must record a most alarming fact, namely the decrease in working class activity, end quote, Rakovsky. International working class support, he maintained, was more important than any maneuvering between capitalist states, and the Stalinist leadership was refusing to recognize the real situation and the inherent dangers the real situation contained for the Soviet state and for the revolution. Rakovsky was constantly interrupted during his speech by, among others, Bukharin and Kaganovich. He quoted extensively from the foreign press to show that Western bourgeois opinion regarded the opposition as presenting a greater revolutionary threat than the official line. Quote, it is an alarming coincidence, end quote, said Rakovsky. Quote, here we are told that we must fight the opposition, and abroad we are told that it is necessary to fight the opposition. End quote. World imperialism was throwing its weight on the side of the majority. This was the, quote, newest phenomenon in our international situation, end quote. At that point, Rakovsky shouted down with cries of, quote, At this point, Rakovsky was shouted down with cries of, quote, agent of the bourgeoisie, end quote, out of the party, end quote, Menshevik, end quote. Christian Rakovsky was not allowed to continue his speech. In his summing up speech, Stalin didn't answer any of the points made by Rakovsky on foreign policy. The Congress was well sewn up and under Stalin's control. Political arguments were unnecessary. Quote, Comrade Rakovsky maintains that the opposition is the left wing of our party. That would make a cat laugh, end quote. Stalin. Rakovsky was expelled from the Communist Party at the 15th Congress. When on the 10th of December the Zinoviev wing accepted the decisions of the Congress, Rakovsky wrote a statement which was also signed by Muralov and later by Radek, in which he insisted on the right to defend oppositional views inside the party. The resolution expelling, quote, 75 active workers of the Trotskyist opposition, end quote, was adopted without debate. Immediately after the Congress, 1,500 more oppositionists were expelled, 2,500 signed statements of recantation obtained. The speech to the 15th Party Congress was Rakovsky's last public discourse in Soviet Russia. On the 3rd of January 1928, the Politburo decided to deport the principal oppositionist. Trotsky was sent to Alma-Ata, Rakovsky to Astrakhan. Deportation or expulsion was nothing new for Rakovsky. Already Rakovsky had been expelled from various countries a total of 14 times. In his many notes and reminiscences on Rakovsky, Trotsky often refers to the remarkable serenity which enabled the experienced revolutionary and diplomat to rise above defeat and dejection. The French writer Pierre Neville visited Rakovsky in the summer of 1927 at the house of Preobrazhensky and the latter's friend and companion, Pauline. Neville remarked on the atmosphere of comradeliness and simplicity which he says, quote, was impossible to find anywhere else at the time, end quote. Rakovsky was wearing a smart Western-style jacket. He described with humor to the French writer how Soviet diplomats, when they are recalled, have to give up all possessions acquired during their foreign service, with the exception of clothing. Quote, the French expelled me from Paris for having signed a declaration of the opposition. Stalin expelled me from Nord-Kom-Mindel for having signed the same declaration, but in both cases they let me keep the jacket, end quote. Rakovsky. In Astrakhan, Rakovsky was assigned to an official post as, quote, special economist, end quote, in Gubplan, the provincial planning department. His salary was 180 rubles a month. Now began the intense political and intellectual life of the opposition in exile. In his notes on Rakovsky, Trotsky remarked that, quote, he perhaps had never led such an active life as during his years of deportation, and his life was perhaps never as fruitful as during this period, end quote. Trotsky. Almost immediately after Rakovsky's arrival in Astrakhan, Rakovsky began a work on Saint-Simon and the origins of utopian socialism. In his first letter from exile written to Trotsky, Rakovsky urged Trotsky not to spend all his energies and talents on immediate political problems. Quote, it is extremely important, end quote. He wrote, quote, that you should also choose a large subject, something like my Saint-Simon, which could compel you to take a fresh look at many issues and reread many things from a different angle, end quote. Louis Fischer remarked, when he visited Rakovsky in exile later in 1929, that he had been able to take all his archives with him. Quote, in Rakovsky's room, end quote, he wrote, quote, stood a tremendous trunk full of documents and letters. I was astounded to find that he had been able to take to Saratov the secret protocols of the Anglo-Soviet Conference in London in 1924. Rakovsky had a marvelous memory, and what he could not recollect he was often able to reconstruct on the basis of documents, end quote. Apart from his personal documents, Rakovsky also brought with him the works of Saint-Simon and Enfantin and the classics of Russian literature. In Rakovsky's first weeks of exile, Cervantes was his favorite reading. Rakovsky read Aristotle and Dante, but above all he restudied the French Revolution. Deutscher, in his biography of Trotsky, says of Rakovsky that, quote, Rakovsky had a clear and penetrating mind and perhaps also a greater capacity for philosophical detachment, bracket, than Trotsky, end bracket. For all Rakovsky's devotion to the opposition, Rakovsky was less of a partisan, at least in the sense that his views transcended in their largeness the opposition's immediate aims and tactics, end quote. Isaac Deutscher. In Astrakhan, Rakovsky was in charge of the opposition centers along the southern Volga and in the Crimea. He was Trotsky's link with European Russia and indeed with the Western world in general. Rakovsky regularly received the foreign press, including La Humanité. Rakovsky wrote prodigiously and circulated many letters and documents among the intensely active exile community, also providing Trotsky with books and articles he could not otherwise acquire in Alma Ata. Deutscher describes in the biography how at Alma Ata, quote, 2 or 3 times a week, an invalid postman on horseback brought the mailbag bulging with letters, press clippings, and later even books and newspapers from abroad. No doubt the censorship and the GPU kept a watchful eye on the correspondence. Most of it was with Rakovsky, end quote. Deutscher. At the same time, Rakovsky began to write his memoirs, which he mentions often in his letters to Trotsky. Rakovsky wrote of his early experiences in the socialist movement, his friendship with Plekhanov, Luxemburg, Ged, Jaurès, and Lenin. Rakovsky wrote of his activities in Romania, and later Rakovsky wrote a large volume on his experiences as head of the Soviet Ukraine. All of these writings were later seized by the GPU. Only a tiny fraction of his writings in exile was later published by Trotsky in the Bulletin of the Opposition and are translated in this volume. Most of those thus published dealt with the immediate problems and strategy of the opposition. In 1923, before the formation of the left opposition, Rakovsky had openly attacked the centralizing bureaucratic tendencies of the new Soviet state at the 12th Party Congress. Bureaucracy, Rakovsky said at the time, was the main threat to the Soviet power and a factor which threatened also the international revolution. Now, in exile in 1928, Rakovsky pondered the deeper meaning of the inter-party conflict and the deeper historical significance of the events which led to the degeneration of the Party of Revolution. He wrote his conclusions in a long letter dated Astrakhan, 2nd of August 1928, to Valentinov, former editor of Trud, TRUD, who was also an exiled Trotskyist. The Rakovsky letter, see number 8 in this volume, caused quite a stir in the exile community. The decline in the activity of the Soviet working class and the rise of the party and state bureaucracy had to be considered, quote, scientifically by submitting it to a profound analysis, end quote, he wrote in the letter to Valentinov. The platform of the left opposition, he said, was inadequate in the sense that the remedies it proposed had, quote, an empirical character, end quote, and did not get to, quote, the basis of the question, end quote. The fundamental problem concerned the role of the revolutionary class that has taken power. Quote, no one today, end quote, he wrote, quote, can ignore the terrible consequences of the political indifference of the working class, end quote. The problem is all the more difficult because, in fact, it is a new problem. Never before did Marxists have to confront the question of retreat and decline of the working class after the conquest of power. And here Rakovsky disagreed with Trotsky. For Trotsky, the bureaucratic degeneration of the party and state had primarily to do with Russian backwardness, the numerical weakness of the working class, the isolation and capitalist encirclement. For Rakovsky, the danger of bureaucratization was already inherent in the working class itself, in the working class's situation as the new directing class. The danger of bureaucratization and political indifference, quote, would continue to exist, even if we allowed that the country was inhabited only by proletarian masses and the exterior was made up solely of proletarian states, end quote. Christian Rakovsky. The danger is not just in relationship to other classes, but within the ranks of the victorious class itself. The dangers are what Rakovsky called the, quote, professional dangers of power, end quote. The phenomenon of sociological differentiation within the new directing class had also been manifest in the French and English revolutions. Quote, no class has ever been born in possession of the art of government, end quote. Historically, quote, there has always been a lack of harmony between the political capacities of any given class, its administrative ability, and the judicial constitutional forms when it establishes for its own use after the taking of power. That it establishes for its own use after the taking of power. Quote, when a class takes power, one of its parts becomes the agent of that power. Thus arises the bureaucracy. In a socialist state where capitalist accumulation is forbidden by members of the directing party, this differentiation begins as a functional one. It later becomes a social one, end quote. Rakovsky. Trotsky had used the concept of thermidor in relation to the right wing of the party, the defenders of private property. Rakovsky also looked to the French Revolution, but saw its lessons somewhat differently. The concept of thermidor was misleading. Quote, the political reaction, which began even before thermidor, consisted in this, that the power began to pass, both formally and effectively, into the hands of an increasingly restricted number of citizens, end quote. In this process of reaction, the gradual elimination of the elective principles and its replacement by the principle of nominations played a key role. The differentiation within the Soviet working class, initially functional, becomes social. It, quote, has modified the organism itself, end quote. The bureaucracy, the directing layer in the economy, the party and state, quote, has ceased to be part of this class, end quote. Quote, the bureaucracy of the Soviets and of the party constitutes a new order, a new social category, end quote. Very interesting. The social and political consequences of this, quote, functional specialization, end quote, of this, quote, differentiation which power has introduced into the bosom of the proletariat, end quote, will not be eliminated easily or at once. It will be, quote, a long and delicate process. It consists in educating politically the dominant class in such a way as to make it capable of holding the state apparatus, the party and the unions of controlling and directing these institutions, end quote. He, quote, confessed, end quote, that he had never expected early political triumphs for the opposition and concluded that the task of the opposition was the, quote, long and difficult one, end quote, of educating the working class. He quoted the words of the French revolutionary Babeuf on emerging from the prison of Abbaye, I guess that's how you say that, Abbaye. Quote, it is more difficult to re-educate the people in the love of liberty than to conquer it, end quote. Rakovsky's analysis had deep implications for the work of the opposition. Rakovsky rejected the notion of the capitulationist wing of the opposition that any reform could come from the bureaucracy itself. Quote, I think that it would be utterly unrealistic to expect any inter-party reform based on the bureaucracy, end quote. At the same time, Rakovsky's analysis of the political passivity of the working class meant that no mass pressure for reform would come from there. Rakovsky was convinced of the opposition's rightness and the opposition's ultimate historical vindication. But the implication of his analysis was that for a long time to come, the bureaucracy would be in power and the work of the opposition was for the future. In an article of February 1929, Trotsky commented favorably on Rakovsky's analysis, but seems to have missed its more pessimistic implications. Today, this short work is the most widely known of Rakovsky's writings. It was the first serious attempt by the opposition to come to terms historically and theoretically with the phenomenon of bureaucratic degeneration. By placing the problem in a broader context than that of Russian peculiarities, Rakovsky was able to develop a profound insight into this historical phenomenon, and the fuller implications of his analysis have yet to be developed by the Marxist movement itself. In the summer of 1928, it became clear that the left course which Stalin had embarked on earlier in the year was being stepped up, and that the break between him and the Bukharinite right wing was irreparable. The slogans which for years had been the hallmark of the opposition were now the official line: strike against the kulak, curb the Nepman, speed up industrialization. The apathy and indifference of the working class which Rakovsky had described in his letter to Valentinov was now, The apathy and indifference of the working class, which Rakovsky had described in his letter to Valentinov, now, allowed Stalin to steal Trotsky's clothes with impunity, end quote. In the middle of July 1928, Serebryakov sent a telegram to Rakovsky in which he estimated, the orientation taken by the Central Committee is correct on the essential points and is now time to pose the problem of our re-entry into the party, end quote. Rakovsky sent the news to Trotsky in Alma-Ata. His advice to Trotsky in a letter of 21st of July 1928 was, not to give in to an unprincipled enthusiasm on the occasion of the left turn, end quote. It would be necessary to wait, to study the turn of events, but in no case could they give up their ideas for the right to fight for them. But the Stalinist left turn provoked great disarray in the left opposition. Kamenev was urging Trotsky to take some step which would ease his re-entry into the party. Opposition leaders in exile like Smilga, Serebryakov, and Ivan Smirnov now joined the conciliators Radek and Preobrazhensky. Rakovsky urged Trotsky not to give in to the conciliators. In his scathing attack on the capitulators, on capitulation and capitulationists, number 11 in this volume, Christian Rakovsky wrote, the loss of those who have not sufficiently reflected on our program, those who dream of a small quiet corner, of those who invoke the desire to be part of the, big struggles, end quote, was inevitable. This can only purify the ranks of the opposition. There still remains those who do not see in the platform a sort of menu from which to pick and choose according to taste. The platform was and remains the standard of combative Leninism, and only its total application can take the party and the country of the proletariat out of the impasse into which the centrist leadership has led it. End quote. Christian Rakovsky. Rakovsky did not reject re-entry into the party, but insisted that such re-entry must be on the basis of the continued right of the opposition to fight for the opposition's policies and criticize the centrist leadership. Rakovsky did not believe, as Preobrazhensky did, that the Stalinist center, in instituting the left turn, was following the, ineluctable laws of history, end quote. Nor did he see the center as fragile and buffeted between right and left pressures. If Stalin destroyed the right, this did not mean that he was about to call on the left opposition for help. Rakovsky's prognosis was confirmed when, in the autumn of 1928, Stalin stepped up the repression against the left. By the end of 1928, between 6,000 and 8,000 left oppositionists were imprisoned and deported. Then in January 1929, Trotsky was expelled from the Soviet Union. Rakovsky's health deteriorated in Astrakhan, and for some months Rakovsky sought permission to be moved elsewhere. Approaches to party officials and letters to the Central Committee were of no avail. Eventually it was Krestinsky who pleaded on his behalf. At the trial of Krestinsky in 1933, this was one of the accusations. At the time, in 1928, Krestinsky told the court he had, quote, asked Kaganovich to transfer Christian Georgievich to Saratov from Astrakhan, alluding to our friendly relations. This request was granted. Well, when he arrived at Saratov, his daughter went to see him, and through her I sent him a letter to him, end quote. Krestinsky. Excuse me. In April 1929, Louis Fischer visited Rakovsky in Saratov. In this ancient Volga town, Rakovsky had 2 rooms in the hotel. Fischer spent 8 exciting days with Rakovsky. Quote, 8 exciting days, end quote, with Rakovsky. Fischer described their daily routine. Quote, I would come to Rakovsky's room at noon. He would talk to me for 2 hours while I took down the voluminous notes that now lie on my desk. Then he would go to lunch. Sometimes I walked with him to the lunchroom. Men would bow as he passed and raise their hats. For this political criminal in exile was the most prominent and I suspect the most revered resident of Saratov. I would come back to his room at 6 in the evening when he resumed the thrilling narrative. At about 7, a young man would come in, nod, sit down, and listen. A few minutes later, another man entered, then another. By 7:30, 6 or 7 people were in the room. They were Rakovsky's fellow exiles gathering daily to exchange views with their leader. He then would suggest that I excuse him and return at midnight. Midnight? I like to keep regular hours. Fresh as a young man. Rakovsky, aged 56, would start at midnight and go on until 2 in the morning. Then the electricity in the great provincial city of Saratov would be turned off, and Rakovsky would light some candles. At 3 he would extinguish them, for it was morning and the sun was rising. At 4 he would say, quote, well, I suppose you want to go to bed, end quote. I did, end quote. Louis Fischer. Rakovsky seldom spoke about party matters to Fischer. One day, however, while they were talking, a telegram was delivered to Rakovsky. Quote, Rakovsky opened it and blanched. After a moment, he said in a voice filled with contempt, quote, this is a message from Radek, Smilga, and Bela Borodov. They are going to make their peace with Stalin, confess their errors, return to Moscow. They want me to join them. Never. I shall never desert Trotsky. I love Trotsky personally and admire Trotsky's politics. Stalin has betrayed the revolution, end quote. Christian Rakovsky. In 1929, the repression against the opposition increased. There was no longer the free flow of mail as in 1928, and most of Rakovsky's letters and documents were seized by the GPU. With the deportation of Trotsky, Rakovsky was now the acknowledged leader of the opposition inside the Soviet Union. At the 16th Party Congress in April 1929, 38 Trotskyists formally renounced their adhesion to the opposition platform, among them Serebryakov. From Saratov, Rakovsky rallied the irreconcilables. In a set of theses which he addressed in the form of a letter to the Central Committee, Rakovsky reaffirmed the opposition's stand on re-entry to the party. Quote, You have taken new and important measures in the domain of industrialization, but those measures will not permit you to arrive at your goal if, on the one hand, you do not modify the basic premises of your theory, and, on the other hand, you refuse to carry out essential and radical reforms in the party, the unions, and the Soviets. If you sincerely want to march down this road, then first of all, you must reintegrate the opposition into your party. End quote. Christian Rakovsky. In July 1929, Radek, Smilga, and Preobrazhensky announced that they had broken, quote, ideologically and organizationally with Trotsky, end quote. When this happened, Rakovsky wrote a declaration, number 9 in this volume, in the name of the left opposition, which was signed also by Kosyor and Okadzhava. He collected 500 signatures for this declaration in the exile community, and Trotsky published it in the bulletin of the opposition with an open letter approving it. The declaration of August 1929 was attacked by the leftists in the opposition as capitulationist. In the declaration, Rakovsky wrote that the class struggle and the danger from the right, quote, have in part swept away those barriers which have separated the Bolshevik-Leninist opposition from the party, end quote. Rakovsky appealed to the Central Committee to, quote, make it easy for us to return to the party, end quote. And he repudiated, quote, factional means of struggle, end quote. However, Rakovsky demanded also the right of the opposition to defend the opposition's views within the party, and that party democracy, quote, be implemented in party democracy's entirety, end quote, with the election of all officials and the possibility of removing those officials. The declaration also reaffirms that, quote, the complete organization of socialist production is possible only on an international scale, end quote. Finally, the declaration demands that Trotsky be brought back from exile. The response to the party to the August 1929 declaration was to step up the repression. Quote, the declaration of Comrade Rakovsky, end quote, wrote Trotsky, quote, supported by the best cadre of the opposition, was an application of the united front towards the party. The centrist leadership replied to it by intensifying the repression. To the opposition's expression of its sincere readiness to tone down the organizational rigidity of our struggle for the Marxist line, the apparatus responded by shooting Blyumkin, end quote. Let's see if there's anything for Blyumkin. It looks like I've already looked him up before, but Yakov Blumkin lived from March 1900 to November 1929. He was a left socialist revolutionary, a Bolshevik, and an agent of the Cheka and the Joint State Political Directorate. Back to the text. This, quote, Saratov group, end quote, was broken up and Rakovsky was exiled to Barnaul in Siberia. In February 1930, the GPU confiscated all of Rakovsky's manuscripts, including all the articles, memoirs, etc. that Rakovsky had written in exile. The GPU officer in charge of the operation said to Rakovsky, quote, it is you who are holding us back, end quote. When this was reported to Trotsky, he wrote in a note in the bulletin of the opposition, quote, isn't it amazing that a man in exile, isolated without a secretary, and who hasn't at his disposal even a typewriter, is able to, quote, hold back, end quote, the party and the country, end quote. In a later issue, we find the following note from Trotsky, quote, in 1915, the Romanian invaders of Bessarabia addressed to the inhabitants of Mogilev the following appeal, quote, to the peaceful inhabitants of Mogilev, hand over Rakovsky bound, otherwise we will not stop the bombardment. We want peace, but Rakovsky wants war. Choose Rakovsky or us. If you will only hand over Rakovsky to us, you will get peace and we will send you provisions. Romanian army. End quote. But the Soviet Revolution did not bind Rakovsky or hand Rakovsky over to his enemies. Rakovsky was necessary to the Soviet Revolution. Great work lay ahead of Christian Rakovsky. But Stalin bound Rakovsky hand and foot, and if he didn't hand him over to Bucharest, he tied him up in Barnaul, which was in Siberia, end quote, Leon Trotsky. But Rakovsky survived his exile in this, quote, hole in the barren cold ground called Barnaul, end quote. Fisher recounts how some American prospectors came once to Barnaul, and since Rakovsky was the only one who could speak English, he saw it was brought out to interpret. When they left, they offered him $1 tip, which he politely declined. Quote, Siberian conditions and humiliation could not break Rakovsky, end quote, wrote Louis Fisher. In April 1930, Christian Rakovsky wrote another declaration, number 13 in this volume, addressed as usual to the Central Committee and signed by V. Kossior, N. Muralov, and V. Kasparova. In this 1930 declaration, he affirms once more his rejection of, quote, the harmful theory that it is possible to build socialism in one country, end quote. Rakovsky rejects again any alliance with the centrist bureaucracy and any notion that reform could be initiated from within the bureaucracy. In a scathing attack on the Stalinist ruling group, he wrote, quote, the whole political wisdom of the centrist and rightist group's leadership has consisted in suppressing in the masses the feeling of political independence, of human dignity and pride, and in encouraging and organizing the autocracy of the apparatus. The exceptional ingenuity of the centrist leadership and especially of its general secretary has been entirely devoted, and still is, to establishing this autocracy. The strength of the party leadership is in the apparatus, but it is also the source of its weakness." End quote. The regroupment of all communists around a revolutionary platform was more necessary now than ever before. Quote, "However, insofar as the introduction of the slogan of regroupment of all communist forces meant the end of the monopoly of centrism, the centrist bureaucracy will stand against it with the same violence as before. The slogan of regroupment of all revolutionary communists can only be introduced through a struggle of the masses of the party against the centrist bureaucracy." End quote. In a statement which startled the opposition ranks, and at the time left the thorny problem unanswered, Rakovsky wrote, quote, "From a proletarian state with bureaucratic deformation, as Lenin defined the political form of our state, we have developed a bureaucratic state with a residual proletarian element." End quote. The danger now, said Rakovsky, was that a failure of the ultra-left adventure of forced collectivization could open the door to the threat of agrarian capitalism. Although Christian Rakovsky knew that the demands of the decimated and defeated opposition would have no effect on the bureaucratic apparatus, he pointed out, as if to a future generation, the fundamental and pressing need for the construction of a genuine workers' democracy. Quote, "Without party and workers' democracy, all corrections will inevitably become a distortion. Only the revolutionary control of the masses is capable of keeping the apparatus under its authority." End quote. In a set of demands addressed to the party, which, he said, did not constitute any, quote, "new program," end quote, but was the, quote, "old program tested in battle," end quote, of the Bolshevik Party, Christian Rakovsky called for the following: free discussion and free elections in the party based on a secret vote, a drastic reduction in the apparatus of the party, unions and Soviets, abolition of the post of General Secretary, abolition of Article 58, the return of L.D. Trotsky and the release of all oppositionists, the publication of Lenin's testament and all opposition documents, restoration of the free activity of trade unions, an end to forced collectivization and the creation of poor peasant unions, and aid to state farms and maintenance of the tempo of industrialization. Trotsky wrote an introduction to the declaration when he published it in the Bulletin of the Opposition. Quote, "In spite of a terseness of formulation," end quote, Trotsky wrote, quote, "the document presents a clear evaluation of the economic and political processes, calling by their right name the dangers that are approaching." From 1930, a wall of silence surrounded Rakovsky. Christian Rakovsky's declaration at his trial in 1938, we know that in July 1932, Christian Rakovsky received permission to travel to Lake Shirlo for treatment. At the end of 1932, word reached the Trotsky household that Rakovsky had attempted to escape from the Soviet Union, had been captured and wounded. In March 1933, it was officially announced that he had been deported to an even more remote area in the province of Yakutsk in Central Asia. Nothing more was heard from Rakovsky until Izvestia, on the 23rd of February 1934, published a telegram from Rakovsky addressed to the Central Committee, which said, quote, "Confronted with the rise of international reaction, directed in the last analysis against the Revolution of October, my old disagreements with the party have lost their significance. I consider it the duty of a Bolshevik communist to submit completely and without hesitation to the general line of the party," end quote. Christian Rakovsky. The submission was a great blow to the left opposition and to Trotsky personally. Quote, "In the course of the years of his exile," end quote, wrote Trotsky in March 1934, quote, "the old fighter had transformed from a human figure into a symbol, not only for the international left opposition, but also for wide strata of the working class in general," end quote. Trotsky. There was comfort, however, in the fact that Rakovsky's declaration was not an ideological or political capitulation. Rakovsky did not recant his past ideas and made it clear that it was the threat of international reaction, the rise of fascism, and the danger to the Soviet power which made Rakovsky give up his struggle and submit to discipline. Quote, "Without exaggerating by a hair's breadth," end quote, wrote Trotsky, quote, "we can say that Stalin got Rakovsky with the help of Hitler," end quote. This was also the opinion of Fischer, who again visited Rakovsky in Moscow in 1935 and recorded his impressions. Quote, I visited him twice in his apartment in Moscow in 1935, and Madame Rakovsky served me tea as she had in Saratov. I also saw him 3 or 4 times in his office in the Commissariat of Health, where Rakovsky had taken over the direction of all the Commissariat's scientific research institutions. He was a physician by profession. What I heard from him in Moscow confirmed what I had written in Madrid. Exile had not broken Rakovsky, but Rakovsky looked out on Europe from Barnaul and found no revolution, ... Fascism creeps from country to country. The intensity of human distress is equaled only by the ferocity of political reaction, ... Hitler brought him back to Stalin, end quote. Louis Fischer. Trotsky broke off all personal and political relations with Rakovsky after the submission. In an official statement of the International Left Opposition, Trotsky wrote, quote, we register the purely formal declaration of the old warrior, who by his whole life demonstrated his unshakable devotion to the revolutionary cause. We register it with sadness and pass on to the order of the day, end quote. Trotsky. In his personal diary on the 25th of March, 1935, Trotsky wrote of what the break with Rakovsky had meant to him personally. Quote, Rakovsky was virtually my last contact with the old revolutionary generation. After Rakovsky's capitulation, there is nobody left. Even though my correspondence with Rakovsky stopped for reasons of censorship at the time of my deportation, nevertheless the image of Rakovsky has remained a symbolic link with my old comrades in arms. Now nobody remains. For a long time now I have not been able to satisfy my need to exchange ideas and discuss problems with someone else, end quote. Trotsky. The year of 1934 saw the temporary revival of a kind of liberalism in the party leadership. There was talk of an atmosphere of reconciliation. In the summer of 1933, Kamenev and Zinoviev were readmitted to the party, permitted to close their sphere of work, and even invited to the party congress in February 1934. Oppositionists who, quote, repented, end quote, were given permission to live in Moscow and took up responsible work. When Rakovsky returned to Moscow, he was met personally by Kaganovich and given an important position in the Commissariat of Health. Another opposition, Sosnovsky, an outstanding Soviet journalist and, like Rakovsky, an early supporter of the left opposition, was allowed to resume his journalistic work in Izvestia. One of the main leaders in the Politburo who was promoting the policy of liberalization was Kirov. Outside the party, Maxim Gorky argued strongly against repression, but Stalin was biding his time. On the 1st of December 1934, Sergei Kirov was assassinated. Kirov was replaced by Zinoviev as head of the Leningrad organization and was the leader of the reconciliation tendency in the Stalinist leadership. As a result of the debate and sifting of evidence that has gone on since the fatal shot that killed Kirov, including the revelations of Khrushchev at the 20th Party Congress, it is now beyond question that Stalin was the main instigator behind the murder of Kirov. It not only rid Stalin of the main reconciliator and potential opponent, but provided a pretext for a new assault on the opposition. As Robert Conquest points out in his book on the frame-up trials, The Great Terror, the Kirov murder set in train a process of murder and terror in which not only the entire old Bolshevik leadership, but also literally millions of Soviet citizens came to their death. The first version of the assassination spoke of a White Guard conspiracy behind Nikolaev, the assassin. Soon, however, Zinoviev and Kamenev were mentioned. Zinoviev and Kamenev were expelled from the party and awaited trial. Soon Trotsky was linked with Kamenev and Zinoviev and named as the real instigator. Zinoviev and Kamenev were executed after trial in 1936. In the second of the Moscow trials in January 1937, one of the defendants, Drobnis, named Rakovsky as being part of the, quote, Trotskyist, end quote, center, which arranged sabotage of the Soviet power and plotted with foreign capitalism and their intelligence services for its overthrow. Rakovsky, said Drobnis, quote, knew of Trotsky's instructions for sabotage and terrorism, end quote. When Trotsky heard of it, he wrote, quote, Drobnis has named Rakovsky, the old fighter broken by life, goes inescapably to meet his fate, end quote. In autumn 1937, Rakovsky was arrested. In a press release in October, Trotsky described how the police had searched Rakovsky's house for 18 hours, during which time the old oppositionist, aged 67, was not allowed food or rest. His wife tried to serve him tea, but the GPU stopped this on the pretext that she might try to poison him. In prison, Rakovsky held out for 8 months against his interrogators before, quote, confessing, end quote, that Rakovsky was a spy. Rakovsky's questioning and his statements to the court shed little light on the motives for confession or the means used to extract it. According to the report of journalists, he appeared haggard, with a long beard which made him barely recognizable. The answers were known in advance. The desired, quote, confession, end quote, had been obtained. Those who didn't confess didn't even come to trial. But beneath the ritual facade of self-denunciation, the spirit was not completely broken, and it sought avenues of resistance that were still open to it. Thus, for instance, Bukharin argued with Vyshinsky about philosophy. Rakovsky, the historian, tried to discuss history. Quote, this is a quote or a conversation, I guess it's happening. Vyshinsky, if the fascist seized power for you, in whose hands would the power be? Rakovsky, history knows, ... Vyshinsky, no, you leave history alone. The court said he had been a capitalist before the revolution and a spy after it. Vyshinsky, hence it was not only your father who was a landlord, but you also were a landlord and exploiter. Rakovsky, well, of course I was an exploiter. The fact is I lived on an income, and income is as well known accused from surplus value. Vyshinsky, well now, it was important for me to establish whence you received your income. Rakovsky, but it is important for me to say what that income was spent for, ... Vyshinsky, that this is a different matter. Okay, so this conversation is from, like, the courts. Everyone knew that Rakovsky had spent everything he had on the revolutionary movement in Romania, Russia, and elsewhere. Provoked enough to draw attention to this fact, he was instantly silenced. Time and again we find here the affirmation of truth in the midst of denial. Here is one typical exchange between Rakovsky and the court. Rakovsky, for 8 months I denied everything and refused to testify. Vyshinsky, following the tactics and instructions of the Trotskyites. Rakovsky, in the application of the old revolutionary practices and the application of the counter-revolutionary practices. Vyshinsky, what have you got to do with revolutionary practices? You still have some phraseology left, but that is another matter. Rakovsky, but it cannot be denied that I once belonged to ... Vyshinsky, but you were arrested not once upon a time, but now. In his final declarations to the court, Rakovsky once again returned to his past. Quote, citizen judges, from my young days I honestly, truthfully, and devotedly performed my duty as a soldier of the cause of the emancipation of labor. After this bright period, a dark period set in, the period of my criminal deeds, ... end quote. Rakovsky. Rakovsky was sentenced on the 12th of March 1938 to 20 years imprisonment, a sentence that meant death for the old revolutionary. Eleanor Lipper, who spent 11 years in Soviet prisons, records that Madame Rakovsky was in the Butyrka prison in Moscow in 1937-8. Quote, the wife of Soviet Ambassador Rakovsky was a Romanian, a white-haired, sickly woman who suffered severe heartaches every few weeks. Who suffered severe heart attacks every few weeks. End quote. Eleanor Lipper. It is believed that Rakovsky lived in the camps for another 3 years and was shot on Stalin's orders when the Germans entered White Russia on the 22nd of June, 1941. Okay, so that's the end, and now we have notes. So if you're just wanted to hear the main text, yeah, if you just wanted to hear the text, then the text is over. So the citations, Trotsky, My Life, 1930, M. McDermott, A History of Bulgaria, 1962. F. Kant, Christian Rakovsky, published in 1975. Little is known about Rakovsky's friendship with Rosa Luxemburg. Nettle and Froelich only mention it. Christian Rakovsky, Socialists and the War, Bucharest, 1915. Jean Jaurès, Art and Socialism. In 1899, a popular edition of his thesis appeared in Russian under the title Les Miserables. A more scientific edition appeared in Russian in 1927 before his exile as a Trotskyist. A Bulgarian edition appeared in 1928. A copy of the original thesis is to be found in the medical faculty at Montpellier in the Bodleian Library. Trotsky, Notes on Rakovsky. Like I said, these are endnotes, so I don't know what these are referring to. Rakovsky's memoirs of the event are recorded in his introduction to the Odyssey der Knyaz Potemkin. Also in an article on the 20th anniversary of the event in Izvestia, 27th of June, 1925. Deutscher, the Prophet Armed. G. Haupt, Makers of the Revolution, London, 1974. Rakovsky, Relations Between the Republics, Russia and Ukraine. E.H. Carr, The Russian Revolution, Volume 1. J. Boris, The Russian Communist Party and the Sovietization of Ukraine, 1960. This is a very biased book, but has a great deal of source material. According to Boris, Rakovsky was, quote, a typical cosmopolitan Bolshevik of doubtful nationality, almost pathologically ambitious, end quote. Trotsky on the Suppressed Testament of Lenin, published by Pathfinder. See, for example, as late as October 1967, the article in Soviet Studies, which attempts to prove that the letter was a communist forgery and part of a plot to undermine the British Labour Party. It's in reference to the Zinoviev letter, I'm assuming. Report of court proceedings in the case of the anti-Soviet bloc of Rights and Trotskyites, Moscow, 1938. Something reported by Kaganovich in his speech to the 15th Party Congress. E.H. Carr, Foundations of a Planned Economy. Stalin's concluding speech to the 15th Party Congress is in 15th Party Congress of the Communist Party, Soviet Union, London, March 1928. These recollections are in Pierre Neville's book Trotsky Vivant. Trotsky's Writings, 1929, published by Pathfinder. Louis Fisher's Men in Politics. Trotsky's Writings, 1930. Trotsky's Writings, 1934 to 35. Trotsky's Writings, 1932. Trotsky's Writings, 1930 to 31. Trotsky's Writings, 1933 to 34. Trotsky, Diary in Exile, 1935. A note says, these details are given by B. Nikolevsky in, quote, Letter of an Old Bolshevik, end quote, reproduced in his book, Power in the Soviet Elite, London, 1966. Trotsky Writings, 1936 to 37. Eleanor Lipper, 11 Years in Soviet Prison Camps, published in London, 1951. All right, so that is the end. Thank you for listening to this very long introduction to the life and thought of Christian Rakovsky.